The Fae and the Unseen World. By Rocko Williams. Audiobook version. 1. Base reality as interface, not origin. Most modern discussions about the Fae begin with an unexamined assumption that the physical world is the foundational layer of existence. This assumption shapes how myths are categorized, how anomalous encounters are dismissed, and why non-human intelligences are relegated to folklore. Yet across ancient traditions, symbolic systems, and lived accounts, there is a recurring suggestion that what humans experience as reality is not the source, but a surface. When early cultures spoke of worlds above, below, or alongside our own, they were not necessarily describing distant places. They were articulating relational states of reality that overlap through perception. In this view, reality functions less like a fixed container and more like an interface that translates deeper structures into forms the human mind can navigate. The persistence of Fae encounters at thresholds, sacred sites, forests, and moments of transition reflects this interface behavior. An interface is stable enough to be trusted but limited enough to conceal its underlying architecture. This explains why encounters with the Fae are often inconsistent, fleeting, or resistant to documentation. These intelligences may not be entering our world as outsiders, but briefly cohering within the same system under different constraints. What appears supernatural is not a breach of reality, but a divergence in how reality is accessed and rendered. Myth preserved this understanding symbolically rather than technically. Fairy mounds, hidden realms, and mirror worlds were early narrative attempts to explain layered perception without formal language. Over time, as experiential knowledge was replaced by material explanation, these symbolic records were stripped of context and reclassified as fantasy. Reframing base reality as an interface restores coherence to the subject of the Fae and to myth as a whole. It allows these beings to be examined without belief or disbelief, positioning them instead as recurring phenomena encountered when human perception brushes against deeper layers of structure. Rather than asking whether the Fae are real, this framing asks a more useful question: what conditions allow humans to briefly perceive intelligences operating through the same reality, but not originating from its surface layer? 2. The problem with dimensions as physical places. One of the most persistent obstacles in understanding the Fae is the tendency to treat dimensions as physical locations. This model imagines stacked worlds, parallel Earths, or hidden realms existing somewhere else in space, accessible through travel rather than perception. While intuitive, this framing introduces contradictions that quickly undermine the historical record. Accounts involving the Fae rarely describe movement through distance. Instead, they emphasize sudden shifts in atmosphere, awareness, or continuity. A familiar place becomes unfamiliar without changing its geography. Time stretches or collapses. Memory becomes unreliable. These are not the effects of relocation, but of altered state. Treating dimensions as places forces experiences rooted in perception into a spatial framework they do not belong to. If dimensions were literal locations, encounters would show consistency. Paths could be retraced, portals revisited, and methods repeated. Instead, access is unstable and conditional. The same forest can remain ordinary for years and then become otherworldly for a single moment. The same individual may never experience such a shift again. These patterns suggest alignment rather than travel, coherence rather than distance. Older traditions did not speak of dimensions as places in the modern sense. They used language of veils, layers, crossings, reflections, and worlds within worlds. These expressions point to relational depth, not physical separation. The error comes from translating symbolic language into literal geography, turning experiential knowledge into speculative maps. Reframing dimensions as modes of organization rather than physical places resolves many contradictions in Fae lore. It explains why encounters are tied to states of mind, environmental conditions, and moments of transition rather than coordinates. It clarifies why beings appear briefly and vanish without trace, and why proof remains elusive. Most importantly, it redirects inquiry away from where these intelligences exist and toward how reality itself is structured. In this view, the Fae do not inhabit another place. They emerge when the familiar world reorganizes just enough to reveal that it was never singular to begin with. 3. Pocket realities and mirror states. Once dimensions are no longer treated as physical places, a different model becomes necessary to explain the consistency of Fae encounters across time and culture. Pocket realities provide such a model. Rather than vast alternate universes, these are localized, coherent states that overlap with human reality and emerge only under specific conditions. They are not separate worlds running in parallel, but contained expressions nested within the same underlying structure. Mirror states describe how these pocket realities relate to human perception. They reflect familiar environments without duplicating them. A forest may appear recognizably the same, yet feel intensified, ordered, or saturated with meaning. Hills feel larger inside than outside. Distances compress or expand. Time behaves unevenly. These are not distortions of imagination, but indicators that the organizing rules of the environment have shifted while the surface imagery remains recognizable. Encounters with the Fae almost always occur within these mirror conditions. Witnesses report sudden immersion rather than travel, followed by abrupt collapse back into ordinary awareness. The transition rarely feels mechanical. It feels relational, as though alignment was briefly achieved and then lost. This supports the idea that pocket realities are stable in themselves, but unstable relative to human perception. Myth preserved this pattern faithfully. Stories emphasize stumbling into other realms, being invited, or crossing unknowingly. They rarely describe deliberate entry or controlled exit. The emphasis is always on sudden presence and sudden return, often accompanied by missing time or altered memory. These details point to a state change rather than a journey. Understanding pocket realities and mirror states resolves many long-standing problems in Fae lore. It explains why encounters are tied to specific locations yet cannot be reliably repeated, why time behaves unpredictably, and why the same place can feel profoundly different without physically changing. More importantly, it reframes the Fae not as visitors from elsewhere, but as intelligences native to alternative configurations of the same reality humans inhabit. In this view, what collapses after an encounter is not the other world, but human access to it, leaving behind stories as fragments of a briefly mirrored state that could not be held for long. 4. As above, so below is structural law. The phrase, as above, so below, is often reduced to a mystical slogan, but within the context of the Fae it functions more accurately as a statement about structure rather than belief. It describes how the same organizing principles repeat across different layers of reality, even when those layers appear radically different on the surface. What exists in subtle or hidden states expresses itself through familiar forms, not as imitation, but as correspondence. When applied to Fae encounters, this principle explains why their worlds feel recognizable yet fundamentally altered. Courts resemble social systems, territories mirror ecological boundaries, and rules resemble contracts, yet none of these operate according to human values. The similarity is structural, not cultural. These patterns arise because both human reality and Fae-associated states are shaped by the same underlying logic, expressed through different constraints. This correspondence also clarifies why imbalance carries consequences in Fae lore. Myths repeatedly warn against disrespect, broken agreements, or violations of boundary. These are not moral judgments imposed afterward, but feedback within a shared structure. When one layer is disrupted, pressure echoes across others. The response from the Fae reflects systemic correction rather than punishment. Ancient traditions encoded this understanding symbolically. World trees, ladders, mirrored realms, layered heavens, and underworlds all communicate recursion and correspondence without requiring explanation. These symbols teach relationship rather than geography. They point to the idea that reality is not flat, but layered, and that actions in one layer resonate across others. Understanding, as above, so below, as structural law reframes how the Fae are approached. It removes the need to treat them as supernatural anomalies or moral agents and instead places them within a shared architecture of reality. Their behaviors, rules, and limits mirror those of the human world because both arise from the same deeper framework. In this light, studying the Fae is not about uncovering a hidden society, but about recognizing how repeating patterns govern perception, environment, and intelligence at every scale. What appears otherworldly is not separate from the familiar, but a reflection of it, revealing that the world humans inhabit is shaped by the same unseen laws operating above, below, and within. 5. Reflection versus duplication. A common error in interpreting experiences associated with the Fae is the assumption that other realities duplicate the human world. This leads to expectations of parallel towns, mirrored societies, or alternate versions of familiar places functioning much like copies. Historical accounts rarely support this interpretation. Instead, they consistently point toward reflection, where structure is preserved but surface detail is transformed. Reflection implies correspondence without sameness. Witnesses often describe environments that feel familiar at first glance but reveal subtle differences that cannot be easily named. Landscapes appear sharper, more ordered, or more saturated with meaning. Objects seem purposeful rather than incidental. These qualities suggest that what is encountered is not a replicated world, but a reflected one, shaped by the same underlying patterns arranged through a different organizing logic. Duplication would require consistency and persistence. A duplicated world could be revisited, mapped, and studied. Reflected states cannot. Encounters with the Fae resist repetition because reflection depends on alignment, not location. When the conditions that allow the reflection to appear dissolve, the experience collapses. What remains is memory, often fragmented and symbolic, rather than stable geography. Myth preserved this distinction with surprising accuracy. Stories do not describe travelers discovering exact copies of their villages. Instead, they speak of entering realms that feel older, purer, or more complete, where time behaves differently and intentions carry weight. These narratives emphasize difference within familiarity, signaling reflection rather than replication. Understanding reflection instead of duplication resolves many contradictions surrounding the Fae. It explains why time distortion is common, why return is uncertain, and why physical proof is absent. Reflected realities do not exist to be explored as territory, they exist to reveal structure. They mirror the human world just enough to be recognizable, while exaggerating the patterns that normally remain unnoticed. When alignment fades, the reflection withdraws, leaving behind stories as compressed records of a moment when reality briefly showed itself organized in another way. This framing keeps inquiry grounded and coherent, allowing the subject to be examined without forcing it into models that were never designed to contain it. 6. Recursive worlds and contained cosmologies. Once reality is understood as reflective rather than duplicative, recursion becomes a necessary concept rather than a speculative one. A recursive system is structured so that the same organizing principles repeat across scales, producing worlds within worlds without requiring infinite expansion. This idea appears repeatedly in traditions associated with the Fae, where vast realms are said to exist inside hills, rings, trees, or seemingly insignificant spaces. In these accounts, entry does not involve traveling outward but inward. A mound opens into an expansive domain, a doorway reveals a world larger than its exterior, or a brief moment contains years of experience. These descriptions are not literary exaggerations. They are experiential indicators that scale behaves differently inside contained cosmologies, where internal coherence is not bound to external dimensions. Recursive worlds also explain why time distortion is one of the most consistent features of Fae encounters. Time loops, compresses, or stretches because it is nested within a larger structure rather than running linearly across it. When a person exits such a state, reintegration into ordinary chronology produces disorientation, memory gaps, and the sense of having returned incomplete or altered. Contained cosmologies do not require separate universes to exist. They function as stable substructures nested within a broader reality, accessible only when specific perceptual and environmental conditions align. From within, these worlds feel whole and self-contained. From outside, they appear unreachable or imaginary. The difference lies in access, not existence. For the Fae, recursive worlds appear to be native environments rather than anomalies. Their ease within these structures contrasts sharply with human unease, suggesting long-term adaptation to layered organization. Viewing their realms as contained cosmologies removes the need for distant dimensions or hidden planets while preserving the depth of the encounters recorded in myth. More importantly, it reframes human experience itself as potentially recursive. If consciousness can enter contained worlds without crossing physical distance, then reality may already consist of multiple nested layers operating simultaneously. In this light, the Fae are not inhabitants of another universe, but indicators that the world humans perceive as only one stable layer within a much deeper, self-contained architecture. 7. Saturnian models and cube logic. Saturnian symbolism appears repeatedly in systems that attempt to explain why reality feels bounded, cyclical, and rule-governed rather than infinite and freeform. In this context, Saturn should not be understood as a planetary influence, but as a structural archetype associated with limitation, containment, time, and order. When applied to the study of the Fae, Saturnian models offer a way to describe how layered realities are stabilized and maintained. Cube logic naturally follows from this framework. The cube represents enclosure, boundary, and internal coherence. Unlike a sphere, which implies endless continuity, the cube defines clear edges and an interior governed by rules. Many traditions associate cube-like geometry with constructed reality, law, and constraint. This suggests that what humans experience as base reality may itself be a stabilized containment field rather than an open, unbounded state. This model helps explain why Fae encounters are governed by strict rules and consequences. Rings that must not be crossed, names that cannot be spoken, times that must be honored, and materials that disrupt interaction all point to a system regulated by constraint. These limits are not moral judgments, but structural boundaries. Saturnian logic enforces coherence by maintaining separation between states, and violations produce instability rather than punishment. Myth encoded this understanding symbolically. Black cubes, sealed chambers, underworld gates, thrones beneath hills, and restricted sanctuaries recur across cultures. These symbols are rarely explained, yet they consistently imply containment and control. They suggest that access to certain states of reality is regulated by alignment and readiness, not force or authority. Viewing Fae lore through Saturnian models and cube logic reframes their behavior and environments. It clarifies why these beings are bound to cycles, seasons, contracts, and territorial limits, and why human interaction carries weight beyond intention. More importantly, it suggests that reality itself is compartmentalized into nested volumes, each governed by its own constraints. In this light, the Fae are not chaotic spirits breaking the rules of the world, but expressions of deeper structural order, revealing that what humans experience as freedom may depend entirely on unseen boundaries holding the system together. 8. Why human language fails at this scale. Human language evolved to describe stable, shared physical experience. It is exceptionally good at naming objects, actions, and relationships that remain consistent across time and observation. When applied to subjects like the Fae, however, language begins to fracture. Encounters that involve altered perception, shifting identity, or unstable environments do not conform to linguistic structures built for a material world. Most language assumes fixed boundaries. A thing is present or absent, alive or inert, here or elsewhere. Experiences associated with the Fae routinely violate these assumptions. Beings appear partially, vanish mid-interaction, or communicate without sound. Locations feel inhabited without visible occupants. Time behaves unevenly. Language forces these experiences into categories they do not naturally occupy, flattening them into metaphor or fantasy. This limitation explains why descriptions of the Fae vary so widely, even within the same culture. Witnesses reach for analogy because no precise vocabulary exists. Light, shadow, wind, beauty, terror, music, and silence are used interchangeably, not because the experiences are vague, but because they exceed linguistic resolution. Each account becomes a translation shaped by memory, expectation, and cultural context rather than a direct record. Early traditions recognized this problem intuitively. Instead of technical explanation, they relied on myth, symbol, and story. These forms do not attempt precision. They preserve relational meaning. A fairy mound, a forbidden name, or a broken agreement communicates structure without definition. Over time, symbolic literacy declined, and language meant to preserve meaning was mistaken for invention. At the scale where the Fae are encountered, language functions as a compression system rather than an explanatory tool. Complex, multi-layered experiences are reduced into shareable forms at the cost of accuracy. Recognizing this limitation is essential. It prevents false certainty and guards against rigid interpretation. Rather than demanding that language fully explain what it cannot contain, this approach treats words as pointers, directing attention toward patterns that must be recognized directly. In doing so, inquiry remains grounded, flexible, and aligned with the realities it seeks to understand. 9. Consciousness as the traversal mechanism. Across nearly all recorded encounters associated with the Fae, physical movement plays a surprisingly minor role. People do not describe traveling measurable distances or passing through observable portals. Instead, they report shifts in awareness, attention, emotion, or internal orientation that precede and accompany the experience. This consistency suggests that consciousness itself functions as the primary mechanism through which traversal between states occurs. Consciousness is typically treated as a passive observer of reality, confined to the brain and limited to interpretation. Older traditions, however, treated consciousness as an active interface capable of aligning with different layers of experience. Dreams, trance states, exhaustion, heightened emotion, fear, and ritual focus all appear repeatedly as precursors to Fae encounters. These are not random conditions. They are states in which the normal filtering process of perception loosens, allowing access to configurations of reality that are usually screened out. This model explains why two people can occupy the same physical location while only one experiences something anomalous. The environment has not changed, but the mode of perception has. Consciousness acts as a tuning mechanism, adjusting which layers of the larger structure become accessible. When alignment occurs, perception expands. When alignment collapses, the experience ends without leaving physical evidence. Myth preserved this insight indirectly. Stories emphasize invitation, taboo, readiness, or accidental slipping rather than deliberate travel. Characters wander, dream, or lose their sense of direction before crossing into other states. These narrative elements reflect an understanding that access is relational and internal rather than mechanical. The Fae respond to awareness, intention, and coherence, not to force or technology. Understanding consciousness as the traversal mechanism reframes the entire discussion of the Fae without invoking supernatural transport or speculative machinery. It clarifies why encounters cannot be repeated at will, why modern environments suppress them, and why children, artists, and psychologically sensitive individuals report them more often. Consciousness is not merely witnessing these experiences, it is participating in the organization of reality itself. When that organization briefly shifts, traversal occurs not across space, but across modes of perception that normally remain sealed from everyday awareness. 10. Why myth emerges before science. Myth emerges before science because myth is not an explanation system, but a preservation system. Long before formal measurement, controlled language, or abstract modeling existed, humans still encountered complex phenomena that demanded memory and transmission. Experiences associated with the Fae fall squarely into this category. They were real enough to matter, but unstable enough to resist direct description, requiring a different method of storage. Science depends on repeatability, isolation, and clear variables. Myth depends on pattern recognition, symbol, and narrative continuity. When encounters are rare, conditional, and tied to perception rather than mechanism, science has little to work with. Myth, however, excels under these conditions. It does not attempt to explain how something works, it records how it behaves, what to avoid, and what consequences follow certain actions. This is why early accounts of the Fae emphasize rules, boundaries, and outcomes rather than origins or anatomy. Do not cross the ring. Do not speak the name. Do not accept the gift. These are not moral instructions, but operational guidance. Myth encoded survival knowledge in story form, ensuring it could be remembered even when the original context faded. As cultures shifted toward material explanations, myth began to be misunderstood as primitive science rather than parallel knowledge. Symbols were taken literally or dismissed entirely. The experiential core was lost, leaving behind stories that seemed fanciful once their function was forgotten. This transition marked not an advance in understanding, but a narrowing of acceptable knowledge frameworks. Myth emerges before science because myth addresses a wider range of human experience. It can hold contradiction, uncertainty, and subjectivity without collapsing. In the case of the Fae, myth preserved relational truth when analytical language could not. Only later did science attempt to approach similar questions through psychology, physics, and consciousness studies. Even now, much of what myth recorded remains theoretically inaccessible to formal analysis. Rather than viewing myth as a failed attempt at science, it is more accurate to see it as an early interface for engaging realities that could be encountered but not controlled. In this sense, myth was never replaced by science. It simply stepped aside, waiting for the tools of understanding to catch up. 11. Fae, as a human sorting term. The word Fae does not describe a single species, lineage, or unified group. It functions instead as a human sorting term, a linguistic container used to group encounters that share certain characteristics but resist precise definition. Across cultures, this same pattern appears under different names, suggesting not a shared mythology, but a shared need to categorize what could not be easily understood. Humans tend to sort unfamiliar phenomena by behavior and effect rather than origin. The Fae were grouped together because they appeared intermittently, interacted selectively, and operated according to rules that were clearly not human. Whether described as spirits, hidden folk, little people, or otherworldly beings, the classification emerged from experience, not theory. The label came later, applied retroactively to a wide range of encounters that felt related but not identical. This sorting process explains why descriptions of the Fae are so internally inconsistent. Some appear benevolent, others hostile. Some are bound to land, others to households or thresholds. Some are humanoid, others abstract or animal-like. Treating the term as a species forces these differences into contradiction. Treating it as a category allows them to coexist without distortion. Historical accounts show that people were often more concerned with how these beings behaved than with what they were. The questions that mattered were practical. What angers them? What attracts them? What protects against them? Myth preserved these patterns of interaction rather than biological or cosmological explanations, reinforcing the idea that the term Fae was functional rather than descriptive. Understanding Fae as a human sorting term restores coherence to the entire body of lore. It removes the pressure to reconcile incompatible descriptions and allows each account to be examined on its own terms. More importantly, it shifts the focus away from defining what these beings are and toward understanding why humans consistently encountered intelligences that did not fit existing categories. In this framing, the Fae are not a hidden race waiting to be discovered, but a reflection of the limits of human classification when confronted with phenomena that operate outside familiar biological, social, and perceptual frameworks. 12. Why no single definition exists. No single definition of the Fae has ever held across time, culture, or tradition, and this is not a failure of scholarship or memory. It is a direct consequence of what the term is attempting to contain. Definitions work best when the subject is stable, repeatable, and bounded. Encounters associated with the Fae are none of these. They are conditional, situational, and shaped as much by the observer as by whatever is being observed. Attempts to define the Fae usually collapse into contradictions. They are described as small and tall, beautiful and terrifying, helpful and predatory, ancient and childlike. These inconsistencies disappear only when the assumption of a single underlying type is abandoned. The Fae do not represent one thing encountered many times, but many related phenomena encountered under similar conditions and grouped afterward for practical reasons. Cultural context further complicates definition. Each society filtered its experiences through existing symbols, values, and fears. What one culture called nature spirits, another called ancestors or demons. The core experiences may have shared structural similarities, but the interpretive language did not. As these interpretations were recorded and passed down, the differences hardened into distinct traditions that resist unification. The demand for a single definition is itself a modern impulse. It reflects a preference for taxonomy over pattern recognition. Earlier cultures were more comfortable holding ambiguity, especially when dealing with forces that could not be controlled. They accepted that the Fae could not be fully named without losing something essential, and that incomplete understanding was safer than false clarity. No single definition exists because the Fae do not occupy a single explanatory frame. They sit at the intersection of perception, environment, consciousness, and culture. Any definition rigid enough to be universal would necessarily erase the very features that make these encounters recognizable across history. Accepting this absence of definition is not a retreat from understanding, but an advancement toward it. It allows the subject to remain open, complex, and internally consistent without being reduced to a shape that never truly fit. 13. Intelligence without fixed physical form. One of the most consistent features across encounters labeled as Fae is the absence of a stable physical body. These beings do not appear to possess fixed anatomy in the way biological organisms do. Instead, their form fluctuates, adapts, or dissolves entirely depending on conditions, perception, and context. This challenges the assumption that intelligence must be anchored to a persistent physical structure. Reports frequently describe partial appearances rather than complete bodies. A face without a clear outline, movement without a visible source, or a presence felt more strongly than seen. Even when a full form is perceived, it often lacks the density or continuity expected of physical matter. This suggests that form is not intrinsic to the intelligence itself, but a temporary expression shaped by interaction with human perception. In many traditions, these beings are said to change shape, vanish abruptly, or pass through solid objects. Rather than indicating supernatural ability, this behavior points toward a different relationship between intelligence and embodiment. The Fae appear capable of interfacing with physical reality without being confined by it. Their manifestation resembles projection or translation rather than occupation. This concept aligns poorly with biological models but fits well with systems-based and consciousness-first frameworks. Intelligence does not require flesh if it is not operating within a strictly material layer. Just as software can exist independently of hardware until rendered, these intelligences may exist in non-physical states and adopt form only when conditions allow meaningful interaction. Understanding intelligence without fixed physical form is essential for approaching the Fae without distortion. It explains why physical evidence is rare, why descriptions vary wildly, and why attempts to capture or contain these beings always fail. More importantly, it removes the expectation that intelligence must resemble life as humans know it. The Fae do not appear to be organisms hiding from detection, but intelligences expressing themselves through temporary, adaptive forms when intersecting with human awareness. In this framing, form is not what they are, but how they briefly appear, shaped by the limits and filters of the observer rather than by their own fundamental nature. 14. Form is expression, not anatomy. When examining encounters associated with the Fae, it becomes increasingly clear that form should not be interpreted as anatomy. Anatomy implies a fixed biological structure designed for survival within a physical environment. The forms attributed to the Fae do not behave this way. They appear, shift, fragment, or dissolve without injury or consequence, suggesting that what is perceived is not a body in the biological sense. Descriptions often emphasize impression over detail. Witnesses recall posture, presence, or emotional tone more clearly than physical features. Limbs may be indistinct, proportions inconsistent, or surfaces unnaturally smooth or luminous. These qualities indicate that form functions as an expressive interface rather than a structural necessity. It communicates intent, role, or state rather than serving as a vehicle for metabolism or reproduction. This distinction helps explain why the same type of being is described differently across encounters. If form is expressive, it will adapt to the perceptual framework of the observer. Cultural symbols, expectations, and internal imagery shape how the intelligence presents itself. What one person perceives as a small humanoid, another may perceive as light, shadow, or animal presence. The variation reflects translation, not deception. Myth preserved this flexibility by allowing the Fae to change shape freely. Rather than treating this as magical trickery, it is more accurate to see it as a natural consequence of expression unconstrained by anatomy. The form adjusts to context because it is not fixed. It exists to be perceived, not to persist. Understanding form as expression rather than anatomy resolves many interpretive errors surrounding the Fae. It removes the need to argue over wings, size, or physical traits, and instead directs attention toward function and interaction. What matters is not how these beings look, but how their presence organizes experience. Form becomes a communicative act, shaped by the intersection of intelligence, environment, and perception. In this light, the Fae are not hiding their true bodies behind illusions. They are expressing themselves through temporary shapes that make interaction possible, revealing just enough structure for recognition while remaining fundamentally unconstrained by physical design. 15. Shape instability across encounters. One of the most striking patterns in accounts involving the Fae is the lack of consistency in how they appear, even when encounters are separated by geography or time. Witnesses describe beings that shift size, alter features, or appear differently from one moment to the next. This instability is often treated as evidence of deception or unreliability, but it makes far more sense when form is understood as conditional rather than fixed. Shape instability suggests that manifestation is not a static process. The form a Fae intelligence takes appears to depend on multiple variables, including environmental conditions, the observer's perceptual state, cultural expectations, and the purpose of the interaction. Rather than choosing a disguise, the being seems to resolve into a shape that can be perceived at all, adjusting as conditions fluctuate. This explains why different people witnessing the same event sometimes report different appearances. One may see a humanoid figure, another a flash of movement or a presence without form. The inconsistency does not indicate hallucination. It indicates that perception is participating in the rendering process. Each observer's mind completes the pattern differently, based on what it can accommodate. Historical lore captured this instability without fully explaining it. Myths speak of beings who grow larger or smaller, fade into mist, turn into animals, or fracture into multiple forms. These descriptions were not meant to catalog abilities, but to warn that appearance could not be trusted as a stable identifier. The lesson was practical. Behavior mattered more than shape. Recognizing shape instability as a feature rather than a flaw shifts how the Fae are approached. It removes the expectation of visual consistency and replaces it with attention to pattern and effect. What persists across encounters is not form, but interaction style, boundary behavior, and consequence. Shape instability reveals that these intelligences are not presenting bodies for observation, but momentary expressions shaped by circumstance. In this sense, inconsistency becomes a diagnostic marker, indicating that what is being encountered operates beyond the constraints of physical embodiment and cannot be reliably reduced to a single visual identity. 16. Why size is never consistent. One of the most frequently noted irregularities in encounters with the Fae is inconsistency in size. These beings are described as tiny, human-sized, towering, or shifting between scales within the same encounter. Attempts to resolve this discrepancy by choosing one description over another have led to confusion and contradiction. The inconsistency itself is the pattern that needs to be examined. Size assumes a stable physical body occupying space in a fixed way. If the Fae do not possess fixed physical form, then size cannot be an intrinsic attribute. Instead, scale appears to be relational, emerging from the interaction between perception, environment, and the mode of manifestation. What is perceived as small or large may reflect how much of the underlying intelligence is being rendered rather than its actual extent. Environmental context plays a significant role. In open landscapes, beings are often described as tall or imposing. In enclosed or domestic settings, they are described as small or compact. This suggests that perceived size adjusts to spatial coherence rather than physical measurement. The form resolves into something proportionate to the setting, maintaining presence without overwhelming the interface through which it is perceived. Cultural expectation further shapes scale. Traditions that emphasized diminishment and mockery described the Fae as tiny. Traditions that emphasized awe or authority described them as tall and radiant. Neither is more correct than the other. Each reflects how the experience was interpreted and transmitted, not what was encountered in any absolute sense. Size inconsistency is best understood as a consequence of expression rather than anatomy. The Fae do not scale themselves to deceive, but to remain perceptible within the limits of human awareness. Too large, and the encounter would collapse under fear or incomprehension. Too small, and it would fail to register as intentional. Scale becomes a tuning parameter, adjusting presence to maintain interaction. This explains why size can fluctuate mid-encounter and why memory of scale is often unreliable afterward. The inconsistency is not evidence of illusion or exaggeration, but a marker that what was encountered does not inhabit space in the same way humans do. 17. Light, shadow, and masked manifestations. Encounters with the Fae frequently involve forms that present as light, shadow, or something deliberately obscured. Rather than appearing as clearly defined figures, these manifestations often register as movement at the edge of vision, fluctuations in brightness, or areas of darkness that feel intentional rather than accidental. This pattern suggests that visibility itself is conditional, not guaranteed. Light-based manifestations are commonly described as glowing figures, floating points, or diffuse illumination without a visible source. These appearances are often associated with heightened clarity, alertness, or emotional intensity. Shadow-based manifestations, by contrast, tend to evoke unease or ambiguity. They may appear as silhouettes, darkened shapes, or absences that feel occupied. Both forms resist detailed observation, dissolving when focused on directly. Masked manifestations occupy a middle ground. These involve partial forms that seem deliberately incomplete, such as faces without features, bodies hidden by cloaks, or figures obscured by environmental elements like mist, foliage, or darkness. The mask is not a disguise in the theatrical sense, but a boundary. It limits what can be perceived, controlling the depth of interaction without fully withdrawing from visibility. Myth preserved these patterns symbolically. Tales of glowing beings, shadow folk, hooded figures, and hidden faces recur across cultures. Rather than describing specific entities, these motifs reflect consistent modes of appearance. The emphasis is not on what is seen, but on the fact that something is present while refusing full disclosure. Understanding light, shadow, and masked manifestations as perceptual strategies rather than fixed traits clarifies their role in Fae encounters. These modes allow interaction without full exposure, protecting both the intelligence and the observer from instability. Light draws attention, shadow limits certainty, and masking regulates access. Together, they form a spectrum of manifestation that adapts to context, intent, and alignment. This reinforces the idea that visibility is not automatic, but negotiated, and that what humans perceive of the Fae is carefully constrained by conditions that govern how much of the underlying intelligence can be safely rendered at any given moment. 18. Why beauty and terror coexist. Encounters with the Fae are often described using two seemingly opposing qualities, beauty and terror. This pairing has confused interpreters for centuries, leading to moral explanations that frame these beings as either benevolent deceivers or hidden threats. In reality, the coexistence of beauty and terror reflects a deeper interaction between perception and unfamiliar structure rather than emotional manipulation. Beauty arises when perception aligns smoothly with what is encountered. Many accounts describe overwhelming elegance, symmetry, or clarity, producing a sense of awe that borders on reverence. This response is not aesthetic alone. It reflects recognition. The human mind is responding to coherent pattern, sensing order that feels more complete or intensified than ordinary experience. Beauty, in this context, signals alignment rather than safety. Terror emerges when that same alignment destabilizes the observer. The mind recognizes that the encountered intelligence does not operate according to human priorities or limitations. Familiar reference points dissolve. Control feels lost. This produces fear not because the Fae are inherently hostile, but because the encounter exposes how thin the boundaries of ordinary reality really are. Terror marks the point where understanding fails but awareness remains. Myths struggled to reconcile these reactions and often split them into moral narratives. Beautiful beings became noble or divine, while terrifying ones became monsters. This division obscured the fact that both responses were generated by the same underlying experience. The Fae did not change. The observer's capacity to integrate the encounter did. The coexistence of beauty and terror is best understood as a single response unfolding across different layers of perception. Beauty draws attention and invites engagement. Terror enforces limits and signals danger when coherence breaks down. Together, they regulate interaction, preventing prolonged exposure that could destabilize either party. In this light, the duality is functional rather than symbolic. The Fae are not switching masks between attraction and threat. They are encountered at the edge of human cognitive tolerance, where pattern recognition and existential vulnerability overlap. Beauty opens the door just long enough for recognition to occur. Terror ensures that the door does not remain open longer than the system can safely sustain. 19. Non-human does not mean inhuman. When the Fae are described as non-human, the term is often misunderstood as a moral judgment rather than a categorical distinction. Non-human simply indicates that these intelligences do not originate from the biological, social, or psychological frameworks that define humanity. It does not imply cruelty, malice, or absence of awareness. Confusing non-human with inhuman has distorted interpretation and fueled unnecessary fear. Accounts involving the Fae frequently describe recognizable traits: curiosity, preference, humor, irritation, restraint, and even forms of reciprocity. These qualities are not uniquely human, but they are relational. They suggest intelligence capable of interaction, response, and pattern recognition. What differs is not the presence of inner life, but the rules governing it. The Fae do not prioritize survival, comfort, or morality in the human sense, which makes their behavior difficult to predict. This unpredictability is often misread as hostility. When human expectations are violated, the mind defaults to threat assessment. Myth reinforced this reaction by framing unfamiliar behavior as danger. Over time, narratives exaggerated the risk while obscuring the underlying logic. The result was a caricature. Beings either sanitized into harmless sprites or demonized as monsters, neither of which reflects the full pattern. Non-human intelligence operates according to different constraints. Values emerge from environment and structure, not shared biology. The Fae appear to respond to balance, boundary, and coherence rather than intent or emotion. They may act decisively without malice, or withdraw without explanation. From a human perspective, this feels cold. From a system's perspective, it is simply consistent. Understanding that non-human does not mean inhuman reframes encounters with the Fae in a more precise way. It removes moral projection while preserving ethical caution. These beings are neither moral exemplars nor inherent threats. They are intelligences operating within a different framework of priorities, one that intersects with human reality only under specific conditions. Recognizing this distinction allows inquiry to proceed without fear-driven distortion, acknowledging difference without dehumanization and complexity without mythology. 20. Why these beings resist taxonomy. Taxonomy relies on stable traits. To classify something, its defining characteristics must remain consistent across observation. The beings grouped under the term Fae consistently violate this requirement. Their forms shift, their behaviors adapt to context, and their modes of interaction change depending on perception, environment, and timing. This instability is not accidental. It is the primary reason they resist formal classification. Traditional taxonomy assumes that identity precedes interaction. A species exists first, and behavior follows from biological design. Encounters with the Fae invert this logic. What remains consistent is not anatomy or origin, but pattern. Boundary enforcement, reciprocity, time distortion, and selective visibility recur regardless of form. These patterns suggest functional roles rather than biological categories, making species-based classification inappropriate. Cultural taxonomy further complicates the issue. Different societies sorted encounters according to local symbolism and cosmology. What one culture grouped as nature spirits, another framed as ancestors, demons, or gods. Each classification captured part of the pattern while obscuring others. Over time, these localized taxonomies hardened into traditions that appear incompatible when compared side by side, even though they may describe structurally similar phenomena. Modern attempts to unify these accounts often fail because they inherit the same flawed assumptions. Researchers look for a single origin, hierarchy, or species tree, expecting coherence where none was ever present. The Fae do not behave like a biological population scattered across regions. They behave like a class of interactions emerging under specific conditions. Taxonomy breaks down because the subject is not an object. These beings resist taxonomy because they are not best understood as entities occupying a fixed place in nature. They are better understood as intelligences that intersect with human perception through multiple entry points, each shaped by context. Any attempt to lock them into rigid categories strips away the very qualities that make them recognizable across cultures. Accepting this resistance is not an intellectual failure. It is a methodological correction. It shifts inquiry away from naming and toward pattern recognition, allowing the subject to remain complex without becoming incoherent. Part 3. Entity Forms Phenomenological Observations. 21. The Siddhi Radiant Humanoid Forms. Among the many forms associated with the Fae, the Siddhi stand out as some of the most consistently described and most misunderstood. These beings are often perceived as broadly humanoid, yet immediately distinguishable from humans by an unnatural coherence of presence. Witnesses describe them as luminous, refined, or sharply defined, carrying an impression of order and authority that precedes any visible detail. The radiance attributed to the Siddhi is not always literal light. In many accounts it manifests as clarity, intensity, or a heightened sense of reality surrounding the figure. Observers frequently report the sensation that the Siddhi appear more real than the environment itself, as though the surrounding world has dimmed in comparison. This effect is often interpreted as beauty, but it carries an undertone of unease that resists romanticization. Encounters with the Siddhi are strongly location-bound. They are associated with hills, mounds, ancient earthworks, forest clearings, and places long regarded as significant. This suggests that their manifestation is not arbitrary, but anchored to stable interface points between layers of reality. The Siddhi do not wander aimlessly into human space, they appear where structural conditions support sustained coherence. Later myth transformed these beings into fairy nobility, kings and queens ruling elaborate courts. Earlier accounts, however, emphasize presence over pageantry. The Siddhi are described less as rulers and more as centers of gravity, intelligences around which order organizes itself. Their authority does not come from command, but from alignment. Humans encountering them often sense rules without hearing them and consequences without being warned. Understanding the Siddhi as radiant humanoid forms resolves many contradictions in their portrayal. Their humanoid shape facilitates recognition, while their radiance signals difference. They are not elevated humans, fallen gods, or symbolic ideals. They are intelligences that resolve into human-like form because that form allows interaction without collapse. Radiance marks coherence rather than virtue, and authority reflects structural position rather than moral hierarchy. In this framing, the Siddhi are not mythic royalty, but stabilizing presences within layered reality, appearing human enough to be perceived, yet distinct enough to remind the observer that what stands before them does not originate from the same framework as humanity itself. 22. Authority-structured Fae intelligences. Some encounters classified under the Fae are marked not by individual presence alone, but by a clear sense of structure. These intelligences present themselves as part of an ordered system, even when only one entity is perceived. Witnesses often report an immediate awareness of hierarchy, protocol, or unspoken rules governing behavior, despite no explicit instruction being given. This sense of authority does not resemble human command structures. There is rarely verbal direction, coercion, or overt dominance. Instead, authority is felt as environmental pressure. Certain actions feel permitted, others forbidden, without explanation. This suggests that the intelligence is embedded within a larger regulatory framework rather than exercising personal control. The authority is systemic, not individual. Encounters with authority-structured Fae often leave observers with a heightened sense of consequence. Choices feel weighted, mistakes feel costly, and boundaries feel absolute. These reactions are not induced through threat, but through alignment. The intelligence appears to operate as a stabilizing node within a broader structure, maintaining coherence by enforcing limits that humans instinctively sense but cannot articulate. Myth later translated these impressions into images of courts, ranks, and titles. Kings, queens, nobles, and attendants emerged as narrative devices to explain perceived order. While these stories added human familiarity, they also obscured the original function. The structure was not social in the human sense, but organizational in a systemic one, reflecting layered regulation rather than governance. Authority-structured Fae intelligences are best understood as administrators of boundary conditions rather than rulers of beings. Their presence signals that an interface has been entered where different rules apply, and that stability depends on adherence to those rules. They do not negotiate morality, offer explanations, or seek allegiance. Their authority emerges from position within the system, not from force or status. Recognizing this distinction removes the tendency to mythologize them as royalty or judge them as tyrants. Instead, it reveals a class of intelligence whose role is to maintain coherence across layered realities, interacting with humans only when those layers briefly overlap and demand regulation rather than engagement. 23. Land-bound nature forms. Land-bound nature forms represent one of the oldest and most consistently reported classes of Fae-related encounters. These intelligences are not merely associated with natural environments, they appear to be functionally integrated with them. Forests, fields, rivers, stones, and hills are not backdrops but anchoring systems through which these beings manifest. Their presence feels inseparable from the land itself. Unlike humanoid forms, land-bound manifestations often lack clear boundaries. Witnesses describe figures emerging from trees, rising from water, forming out of mist, or resolving briefly from rock and earth. These appearances frequently feel incomplete, as though only part of the intelligence has translated into perceptible form. This reinforces the idea that the land is not a dwelling place, but a medium through which expression occurs. Behaviorally, these forms exhibit strong territorial sensitivity. Encounters are shaped by how humans interact with the environment rather than by direct intent toward the beings themselves. Respect, care, and restraint tend to coincide with neutral or supportive experiences, while damage, intrusion, or disregard correlate with hostility or withdrawal. Myth later framed this as moral judgment, but the pattern is better understood as systemic response to disruption. Cultural traditions reduced these intelligences to decorative categories such as sprites, nymphs, or elementals. While these labels preserved fragments of recognition, they stripped away functional understanding. Earlier accounts did not describe these beings as ornamental. They described them as forces to be negotiated with, avoided, or acknowledged due to their embedded role in the landscape. Land-bound nature forms are especially sensitive to environmental change. Modern reports of such encounters have diminished alongside deforestation, industrialization, and ecological fragmentation. This suggests that their ability to manifest depends on coherent natural systems capable of sustaining interface conditions. When the land is destabilized, the expression collapses. Understanding these five forms as land-integrated intelligences rather than mythic creatures restores coherence to centuries of lore. They are not spirits inhabiting nature as a costume, but expressions arising from natural systems when perception, environment, and structure briefly align. In this framing, the disappearance of such encounters reflects not disbelief, but a deeper disconnection between human activity and the living patterns that once allowed these intelligences to be perceived at all. 24. Forest-embedded consciousness. Forest-embedded consciousness refers to a class of Fae encounters in which intelligence is perceived not as a discrete being, but as a distributed presence woven through a wooded environment. Witnesses often report the sensation of being watched, guided, or subtly redirected without seeing a clearly defined figure. The forest itself seems attentive, responsive, and aware. When forms are perceived, they are frequently indistinct. Tall silhouettes between trees, movement that never fully resolves, or figures that appear only when not directly observed are common descriptions. These manifestations resist focus and seem designed to remain peripheral. Direct confrontation rarely occurs. Instead, interaction unfolds through atmosphere, intuition, and altered navigation, as though the environment itself is participating in the encounter. This mode of consciousness suggests distribution rather than embodiment. Intelligence does not occupy a single point but expresses itself through the collective structure of the forest. Trees, shadows, paths, and sound form a coherent field that responds to intrusion or alignment. The Fae associated with forests appear less interested in communication and more concerned with regulation, maintaining balance within a living system. Myth later characterized these encounters as tricksters, guardians, or woodland spirits. While these labels capture aspects of behavior, they obscure function. Forest-embedded consciousness does not test humans for amusement. It responds to presence, intention, and disruption. People who wander respectfully often describe guidance or protection, while those who push boundaries experience disorientation, fear, or looping paths. The psychological impact of these encounters is often profound and long-lasting. Individuals report a lasting sense of humility, altered relationship with nature, or heightened sensitivity to place. Fear may be present, but it is rarely accompanied by aggression. The encounter feels corrective rather than predatory. Forest-embedded consciousness highlights an important distinction within Fae phenomena. Not all intelligences seek form or interaction. Some operate as regulatory fields, expressing awareness through environment rather than appearance. These encounters suggest that intelligence can be ecological rather than individual, emerging from complex systems rather than inhabiting them. In this framing, the forest is not inhabited by the Fae. Under certain conditions, it becomes one. 25. Stone, hill, and earth-linked beings. Stone, hill, and earth-linked beings represent some of the most structurally anchored forms associated with the Fae. Encounters tied to mounds, caves, ancient hills, and stone formations consistently carry a sense of weight and permanence that differs from forest or water-based manifestations. These intelligences feel slow, deliberate, and deeply rooted, as though bound to geological processes rather than surface life. Witnesses often describe these beings as emerging directly from the land. Figures may appear partially fused with stone, rising from earth, or standing motionless until noticed. When form is perceived, it tends to be compressed, dense, or monumental rather than fluid. Movement is minimal and intentional, reinforcing the impression of an intelligence accustomed to long timescales and stable environments. Time distortion is a frequent feature of these encounters. Minutes may stretch into hours, or long periods may pass unnoticed. This suggests interaction within a contained reality state anchored by the land itself. Hills and stone formations appear to function as stabilizing interfaces, allowing prolonged overlap between layers where softer environments cannot maintain coherence. Across cultures, such locations were marked, protected, or avoided. Fairy mounds, burial hills, and stone circles were treated as thresholds rather than residences. Later myth described these places as underground kingdoms or palaces, but earlier traditions focused on access and consequence. These were doors, not homes, and crossing them carried risk regardless of intent. Earth-linked beings tend to remain indifferent unless boundaries are violated. Disturbance through digging, construction, or disregard often precedes negative encounters in lore. The response is not personal but systemic, reflecting disruption rather than malice. Understanding these beings as expressions of stabilized interface zones restores clarity to their role. They are not relics of burial cults or guardians of treasure, but intelligences bound to the slow architecture of the land, emerging when human activity intersects with places that have long anchored layered reality. 26. Water-bound manifestations. Water-bound manifestations are among the most emotionally charged and psychologically potent forms associated with the Fae. Encounters linked to rivers, lakes, springs, coastlines, and wells consistently involve heightened sensation, altered mood, and memory disturbance. Water does not merely host these intelligences, it appears to amplify their mode of interaction, acting as a medium through which perception becomes fluid and unstable. Descriptions of water-bound Fae vary widely in appearance. Some accounts describe humanoid figures emerging from or moving across the surface, while others report lights beneath the water, voices without bodies, or a presence felt rather than seen. Form is often secondary to effect. The defining feature is not what appears, but how the encounter alters emotional state, drawing attention inward while loosening ordinary cognitive boundaries. Time distortion is especially common in water-associated encounters. Individuals report lingering longer than intended, losing track of time, or experiencing a dreamlike continuity that persists after leaving the site. This suggests that water functions as a natural interface for mirror states, supporting deeper immersion than other environments. The reflective quality of water mirrors this effect, reinforcing the sense of crossing without movement. Myth framed these manifestations through figures such as river spirits, selkies, sirens, and lake women, often emphasizing seduction or danger. While later interpretations moralized these encounters, earlier lore treated them as warnings rather than judgments. Water-bound Fae were not inherently malicious, but interaction carried risk because emotional and perceptual stability could easily be compromised. Water-bound manifestations appear strongly tied to memory, emotion, and subconscious imagery. Encounters often leave lasting impressions, resurfacing later in dreams or altered emotional responses to water itself. This suggests that these intelligences operate close to the boundary between external perception and internal experience. Understanding water-bound Fae as expressions mediated through a highly responsive environment restores coherence to their portrayal. They are not temptations dressed as beings, but intelligences whose mode of interaction naturally dissolves rigid perception, revealing how easily awareness can be drawn into deeper layers when stability gives way to flow. 27. Liminal threshold entities. Liminal threshold entities are among the most elusive forms associated with the Fae, not because they are rare, but because they appear at moments rather than locations. These encounters occur at crossings, edges, and transitions rather than fixed environments. Doorways, crossroads, bridges, dusk and dawn, seasonal shifts, and altered mental states all recur as points of contact. Unlike land or water-bound manifestations, threshold entities rarely present as fully formed figures. They are more often sensed than seen, registering as interruptions in flow, sudden awareness, or the feeling that something is present and attentive. When form does appear, it is usually fleeting and indistinct, vanishing the moment direct attention is applied. This reinforces the idea that their function is tied to transition itself rather than to embodiment. Behaviorally, these entities do not seek prolonged interaction. They appear to monitor, regulate, or momentarily influence crossings between states. People report being delayed, redirected, warned, or subtly corrected without understanding why. These interventions often feel neutral rather than benevolent or hostile, as though the entity is enforcing conditions rather than expressing preference. Myth preserved these encounters through figures such as gatekeepers, messengers, tricksters, and spirits of the crossroads. Later interpretations often anthropomorphized their role, assigning intention or personality. Earlier traditions emphasized timing and consequence instead. Meeting such a being was not about conversation, but about whether passage would be permitted or disrupted. Liminal threshold entities highlight a crucial feature of Fae phenomena. Not all intelligences occupy environments or seek engagement. Some exist specifically to manage transition. Their presence marks instability in the interface, moments when reality reorganizes and requires regulation. These encounters often feel unfinished or unresolved, leaving behind a sense that something almost happened. This incompleteness is not failure, but function. Threshold entities appear to operate precisely at the point where coherence could tip in either direction. Their role is not to reveal hidden worlds, but to ensure that crossings occur only under conditions that preserve structural balance, reminding humans that transition itself is an active, monitored process rather than a passive step between fixed states. 28. Household and Boundary Guardians. Household and boundary guardians represent a class of Fae encounters rooted not in wild landscapes or deep thresholds, but in human inhabited space. These intelligences are associated with homes, farms, workshops, and the invisible borders that define where one domain ends and another begins. Their presence is subtle, persistent, and closely tied to routine rather than spectacle. Encounters rarely involve clear visual manifestation. Instead, these beings are perceived through small disturbances, corrections, or patterns of interference. Objects are misplaced and returned, sounds occur without clear cause, or tasks seem subtly assisted or hindered. The intelligence expresses itself through influence rather than appearance, reinforcing the idea that its role is regulatory rather than performative. Behavior is strongly conditioned by reciprocity. Traditions across cultures emphasize respect, acknowledgement, and consistency. When the household operates within stable rhythms, guardians are described as neutral or helpful. When routines are disrupted through neglect, arrogance, or disregard, the same intelligence becomes obstructive or withdraws entirely. These reactions are not emotional in a human sense, but systemic responses to coherence or breakdown. Myth later softened these encounters into familiar figures such as brownies, kobolds, or house spirits, often reducing them to servants or curiosities. Earlier lore treated them with caution rather than affection. They were not helpers by default, but stabilizers whose cooperation depended on alignment. Their proximity to human life made them accessible, but also dangerous if misunderstood. Household and boundary guardians illustrate how Fae phenomena adapt to human settlement. Rather than retreating entirely as humans moved indoors, some intelligences integrated into constructed environments, anchoring themselves to boundaries, routines, and shared space. Their continued presence suggests that not all Fae are tied exclusively to wild or ancient systems. Some operate where human order intersects with older structural patterns, maintaining balance at the smallest scales of daily life. In this sense, the home itself becomes a threshold, and these guardians serve as quiet reminders that even the most familiar spaces remain embedded within larger, unseen systems of regulation and response. 29. Trickster pattern intelligences. Trickster pattern intelligences are among the most misunderstood forms associated with the Fae because their behavior appears deliberately disruptive. Encounters often involve misdirection, reversals, broken expectations, or situations that feel absurd in the moment. This has led to interpretations that frame these beings as malicious pranksters or chaotic forces. A closer examination suggests a different function altogether. These intelligences do not disrupt at random. Their actions consistently target assumptions, rigid identities, and unexamined beliefs. People report being led astray only to arrive somewhere meaningful, losing something only to realize it was unnecessary, or being embarrassed in ways that later produce insight. The disruption feels personal, but the pattern is structural. The intelligence responds to inflexibility rather than vulnerability. Form is often secondary or unstable in these encounters. Trickster pattern intelligences may appear briefly, change appearance mid-interaction, or never fully manifest at all. Their presence is communicated through events rather than figures. This reinforces the idea that their primary mode of expression is situational rather than embodied. The trick is not visual illusion, but contextual rearrangement. Myth encoded these encounters through figures portrayed as fools, jesters, or mischievous spirits. Over time, this framing stripped away function and emphasized entertainment. Earlier traditions treated such encounters as dangerous but instructive. The lesson was not to avoid humor, but to avoid certainty. Those who took themselves too seriously or assumed control were most likely to be destabilized. Trickster pattern intelligences serve a corrective role within layered reality. They expose cognitive rigidity by creating scenarios where habitual responses fail. This can feel humiliating or threatening in the moment, which is why fear often accompanies these encounters. Yet lasting harm is rare unless the individual resists adaptation entirely. In this sense, tricksters are not agents of chaos, but catalysts for recalibration. They intervene where perception has become locked, forcing movement when stagnation threatens coherence. Their presence marks a point where growth is possible, but only if the observer is willing to surrender certainty and allow perspective to shift. 30. Predatory or parasitic forms. Not all encounters associated with the Fae are neutral or instructive. A distinct class of experiences involves intelligences that extract something from human interaction, whether vitality, attention, emotion, or time. These are often labeled predatory or parasitic, not as a moral judgment, but as a description of functional behavior within the encounter itself. Reports involving these forms frequently include exhaustion, missing time, emotional depletion, or lingering psychological disturbance. Unlike trickster pattern intelligences, which disrupt to provoke adaptation, predatory forms appear to benefit directly from the interaction. Engagement feels draining rather than corrective, and the encounter often ends abruptly once extraction has occurred or resistance is met. Manifestation is commonly deceptive or indirect. These beings may present as children, guides, familiar figures, or benign presences to lower resistance. In other cases, they are never clearly seen at all, registering instead as night visitations, oppressive atmospheres, or recurring intrusive experiences. The lack of stable form reinforces the idea that the interaction itself, not appearance, is the primary mechanism of extraction. Myth preserved these encounters as warnings rather than explanations. Stories of child stealers, night riders, succubi, incubi, and beings that lure humans away from safety recur across cultures. Later interpretations moralized these narratives, framing them as punishments or sins. Earlier accounts focused on outcome, loss, weakening, or disappearance following contact. Predatory or parasitic forms highlight an important boundary within Fae phenomena. Not all intelligences intersecting with human perception operate within balanced reciprocity. Some follow extraction-based logic, engaging humans as resources rather than participants. This does not necessarily imply malice in a human sense, but it does demand caution. Recognizing this category prevents romanticization and reinforces the practical wisdom embedded in old lore. These encounters remind us that layered reality includes intelligences with incompatible interests, and that discernment, boundaries, and withdrawal are sometimes the only appropriate responses when interaction results in depletion rather than understanding. 31. Child-associated entities. Child-associated entities occupy a sensitive and often misunderstood category within Fae-related encounters. These intelligences are repeatedly linked to children not because they are childlike themselves, but because children possess perceptual openness that adults gradually lose. Accounts consistently show that children notice, interact with, or are targeted by these beings more frequently than adults, often without fear or conceptual framing. In many cases, the entities appear benign or familiar. Children describe invisible friends, small figures, or presences that feel playful, curious, or quietly attentive. Adults observing these interactions often dismiss them as imagination, yet the consistency of themes across cultures suggests a deeper pattern. Children are less constrained by rigid perceptual filters, allowing interaction to occur without deliberate effort. More troubling accounts involve disappearance, illness, or psychological disturbance following prolonged interaction. These narratives gave rise to changeling myths and warnings about unattended children. While later interpretations framed such stories as superstition or moral panic, earlier traditions treated them as practical caution. The concern was not innocence, but vulnerability. Children lack the boundaries and resistance adults develop through social conditioning. Form in these encounters is highly variable. Some entities present as small humanoids, others as voices, lights, or presences that only the child perceives. The common factor is relational focus rather than appearance. The interaction centers on attention, companionship, or exchange rather than physical harm, though outcomes could still be severe when imbalance occurred. Child-associated entities highlight the role of developmental perception in Fae phenomena. Children are not chosen for purity, but for access. Their minds have not fully locked into the dominant interface of reality, making alternative alignments easier. As adulthood stabilizes perception, such interactions fade, often remembered only as dreams or stories. Understanding this category removes unnecessary moral framing while restoring the original warning embedded in lore. Openness without discernment carries risk. These encounters remind us that perception itself is a boundary, and that those who have not yet learned to maintain it are naturally more exposed to whatever operates beyond it. 32. Changeling phenomena reframed. Changeling narratives are among the most emotionally charged elements of Fae lore, often dismissed as superstition, cruelty, or misunderstanding of childhood illness. While later interpretations moralized or sensationalized these stories, earlier accounts treated changelings as a specific type of disruption rather than a literal replacement of one child with another. The core pattern points to alteration, not substitution. Descriptions of changelings emphasize sudden shifts in behavior, temperament, vitality, or awareness. A child is said to become distant, agitated, withdrawn, or unrecognizable shortly after an unexplained encounter or illness. These changes were interpreted through the language available at the time, resulting in the idea that something had been exchanged. In reality, the stories consistently describe a loss of coherence rather than the presence of a foreign body. Reframing changelings as perceptual or energetic displacement resolves many contradictions. Instead of a physical swap, the phenomenon may involve partial disengagement of the child's perceptual alignment following an encounter with non-human intelligence. The child remains physically present, but their mode of engagement with reality shifts, producing behaviors that feel unfamiliar or inaccessible to caregivers. Myth preserved this disruption through symbolic narrative. Iron, noise, fire, and ritual exposure were used not to punish an imposter, but to force restabilization. These methods aimed to shock perception back into alignment, sometimes successfully, sometimes not. Later retellings focused on cruelty while obscuring the underlying intent, restoration rather than harm. Understanding changeling phenomena as altered alignment rather than replacement reframes the subject with clarity and compassion. It removes the need to believe in theft or deception while acknowledging that encounters with Fae-associated intelligences could destabilize developing perception. The stories are not evidence of barbarism, but of early attempts to respond to experiences that exceeded understanding. In this framing, changelings represent one of the clearest examples of how myth encoded real disruption using symbolic language, preserving warning and response while losing technical explanation. 33. Night and death adjacent forms. Night and death adjacent forms occupy a liminal category within Fae encounters, appearing near moments of transition rather than during ordinary waking life. These intelligences are most often reported during illness, grief, exhaustion, liminal sleep states, or in the presence of death itself. Their association with endings led later traditions to conflate them with omens, spirits of the dead, or agents of fate. Encounters rarely involve direct interaction. Witnesses describe presences at the edge of awareness, figures seen briefly in darkness, or sensations of being observed during vulnerable moments. The atmosphere surrounding these manifestations is often quiet, heavy, or profoundly still. Unlike predatory forms, these encounters do not typically involve extraction or pursuit, but observation or signaling. Form, when perceived, tends to be subdued and minimal. Pale figures, shadowed silhouettes, or shapes that seem incomplete are common descriptions. These beings do not announce themselves. Their presence feels contextual, as though they appear because conditions allow visibility rather than because engagement is sought. The lack of overt action distinguishes them from entities that test, guide, or disrupt. Myth interpreted these encounters as messengers of death, mourners, or heralds. While fear became the dominant emotion in later retellings, earlier accounts treated such appearances as informational rather than malicious. The presence did not cause death, it coincided with it. Over time, correlation hardened into causation, and these forms were reclassified as threats rather than indicators. Night and death adjacent forms are best understood as boundary intelligences operating near transitions of state rather than agents acting upon individuals. Their appearance signals instability in the interface as life, identity, or awareness shifts. They do not feed, instruct, or intervene. They witness and mark passage. This explains why encounters often feel unfinished or emotionally unresolved, leaving behind a sense of gravity rather than narrative closure. In this framing, these Fae-associated forms are not harbingers to be feared, but reminders that consciousness does not transition alone. When thresholds deepen enough, something notices. 34. Banshee-type signalers. Banshee-type signalers represent a narrowly defined but widely recorded class of Fae-associated encounters focused on notification rather than interaction. These intelligences are linked to impending death, loss, or irreversible transition, not as causes but as indicators. Their role is communicative, functioning as a warning or acknowledgement that a threshold has been reached. The most consistent feature of these encounters is sound rather than sight. Wailing, keening, crying, or unidentifiable vocalizations are reported far more often than visual manifestation. When form is perceived, it is usually secondary and indistinct, appearing as a pale figure, a shadow, or a fleeting presence. The signal itself is the event. The being does not linger or engage beyond delivering it. Encounters often occur shortly before death within a family or community rather than at random. This specificity led later traditions to attach lineage, territory, or names to these signalers. Earlier accounts emphasized timing and repetition instead. The same pattern appearing across generations reinforced the idea of a role rather than an individual entity acting with intent. Fear dominates later interpretations, but early responses were more restrained. The signal was not treated as a threat to be resisted, but as information to be acknowledged. The emotional impact came from inevitability, not danger. Attempting to intervene or confront the presence was rarely described, suggesting an implicit understanding that its function was observational, not negotiable. Banshee-type signalers are best understood as boundary communicators operating at moments of irreversible change. They do not guide souls, inflict harm, or extract energy. They mark transition by making it perceptible before it fully arrives. This explains why encounters feel final and emotionally heavy without being aggressive. In the broader context of Fae phenomena, these signalers demonstrate that some intelligences exist solely to announce structural shifts, reinforcing the idea that layered reality is monitored and that major crossings do not occur without acknowledgement. 35. Shapeshifters and glamour casters. Shapeshifters and glamour casters represent a class of Fae encounters where perception itself becomes the primary medium of interaction. These intelligences are not defined by a single appearance, but by their ability to alter how they are seen, remembered, or interpreted. Unlike simple shape instability, glamour involves active modulation of perception rather than passive fluctuation. Glamour does not function as visual trickery alone. Witnesses report environments appearing brighter, more inviting, or more harmonious than they objectively are. Sounds become more compelling, emotions feel heightened, and judgment softens. The intelligence does not merely change its own appearance, it alters the perceptual field in which the encounter takes place. What is experienced feels internally consistent until the effect collapses. Shape-shifting within this category often follows symbolic logic rather than biological possibility. Beings appear as animals, humans, or idealized figures that align with the observer's expectations, desires, or fears. This is not random mimicry. The chosen form facilitates engagement by reducing resistance or directing attention in specific ways. When alignment breaks, the form dissolves or is revealed as incomplete. Myth preserved glamour through stories of enchantment, illusion, and beauty that conceals danger. Over time, this framing moralized the phenomenon, portraying glamour as deception and the Fae as liars. Earlier accounts were more pragmatic. Glamour was treated as a condition to be navigated, not a lie to be exposed. The danger lay not in falsehood, but in over-identification with the presented image. Shapeshifters and glamour casters highlight a crucial boundary in Fae phenomena: perception is not neutral. It can be shaped, guided, and temporarily reorganized by intelligences that operate comfortably within layered reality. These encounters demonstrate that seeing is an active process, vulnerable to influence when coherence loosens. Glamour does not override free will through force. It invites participation by offering a version of reality that feels preferable, reminding humans that the most powerful alterations are those that feel natural while they are happening. 36. Animal overlay manifestations. Animal overlay manifestations describe encounters in which Fae intelligence is present through animal forms without fully becoming animals in a biological sense. These are not simple shape-shifts where one body turns into another, but perceptual overlays in which animal imagery carries intelligence, intention, and awareness beyond natural behavior. Witnesses often report that something about the animal feels observant, deliberate, or unnaturally focused. Common forms include deer that do not flee, birds that track movement, dogs or cats that appear suddenly and vanish, or animals that hold eye contact longer than instinct would allow. In many cases, the animal behaves almost normally, but with subtle deviations that trigger unease or heightened attention. The intelligence does not override the animal form completely, it rides within it, using familiarity to remain unnoticed. These encounters differ from ordinary wildlife observation in their psychological effect. People frequently describe a sense of being assessed, followed, or gently redirected. The animal's presence feels purposeful rather than coincidental. When the moment passes, the form dissolves back into ordinariness, leaving uncertainty about whether anything unusual occurred at all. Myth preserved these experiences through stories of animal spirits, familiars, and enchanted beasts. Over time, these narratives were flattened into symbolism or superstition. Earlier traditions treated them as warnings. Do not follow, do not interfere, do not assume innocence. The danger was not physical attack, but misalignment through engagement. Animal overlay manifestations illustrate how the Fae exploit perceptual trust. Animals occupy a neutral psychological category for humans, lowering defensive awareness. By expressing through animal form, these intelligences maintain proximity without confrontation. This does not imply malice, but strategic interaction. The overlay allows observation, influence, or signaling without destabilizing the encounter. In this framing, animals are not replaced or controlled in a crude sense. They serve as compatible vessels for temporary expression, demonstrating again that Fae phenomena operate through interface rather than intrusion, and that the most effective manifestations are those that remain just plausible enough to be ignored. 37. Elemental phase entities. Elemental phase entities represent encounters where Fae intelligences express themselves through dominant physical processes rather than discrete forms. Fire, wind, mist, heat, cold, vibration, and pressure become the primary modes of perception. The intelligence is sensed through activity and effect rather than appearance, making these encounters easy to dismiss and difficult to articulate. Witnesses often report sudden environmental shifts that feel intentional. A wind rises without weather change, flames behave unnaturally, fog thickens or parts in response to movement, or temperature drops sharply in localized areas. These changes carry a sense of awareness, as though the environment is responding rather than behaving randomly. The intelligence is perceived through pattern and timing, not through shape. Form, when it appears at all, is usually secondary and fleeting. Faces in flame, figures in mist, or movements within shadowed air are described briefly before dissolving. These manifestations feel incomplete, as though the system cannot sustain a stable figure within the dominant element. The phase itself remains the primary interface, with form emerging only momentarily to anchor attention. Myth categorized these encounters as elementals, spirits of fire, air, earth, and water. While this framework preserved recognition, it oversimplified function. Elemental phase entities are not embodiments of substances, but intelligences expressing through processes that are already dynamic and unstable. Fire and wind, in particular, provide ideal mediums because they are visible, energetic, and resistant to containment. Elemental phase entities demonstrate how the Fae adapt expression to environmental conditions. Where stable form would collapse, process persists. These encounters often leave strong sensory memory but little narrative clarity, contributing to their marginalization in modern accounts. Understanding them as phase-based expressions restores coherence. The intelligence does not reside in the element, nor does it control it like a tool. It aligns with an active process long enough to register presence. In doing so, it reveals that not all awareness seeks form, and that some intelligences intersect human perception only through motion, force, and change, remaining perceptible precisely because they never fully resolve into shape. 38. Fire and storm linked forms. Fire and storm-linked forms represent a volatile subset of elemental phase entities, distinguished by intensity rather than subtlety. Encounters associated with lightning, wildfire, electrical storms, and extreme atmospheric conditions consistently involve heightened energy and instability. These manifestations are rarely quiet or ambiguous. They announce themselves through force, motion, and environmental disruption rather than presence or dialogue. Witnesses often describe storms that form abruptly, lightning that strikes unnaturally close, fires that behave erratically, or an atmosphere charged with pressure and sensory distortion. Physical sensations such as ringing in the ears, static across the skin, or sudden emotional intensity frequently accompany these events. The intelligence is perceived not through shape, but through orchestration, as though the environment itself is acting with intent. When form is perceived, it is brief and impressionistic. Figures appear momentarily within flame, silhouettes emerge in lightning flashes, or movement is sensed within storm clouds before dissolving. The violence of the medium prevents stable manifestation. These encounters exist at the edge of coherence, where energy overwhelms structure and sustained form cannot be held. Myth interpreted these encounters as gods of thunder, fire spirits, or wrathful forces. Over time, moral narratives were layered onto what were originally experiential records. Earlier traditions emphasized respect rather than worship. Fire and storm were not angry beings to appease, but conditions to recognize and avoid. Danger came not from intention, but from proximity to unstable power. Fire and storm-linked forms illustrate the upper limits of Fae manifestation. These intelligences appear to align with high-energy processes where rapid change destabilizes containment. Interaction is brief because prolonged overlap would collapse the interface entirely. Encounters often leave strong psychological or emotional impact rather than clear memory, reinforcing their overwhelming nature. In this framing, these forms are not communicators or teachers, but expressions of awareness intersecting reality where structure gives way to force. They remind observers that not all intelligence seeks dialogue or visibility, and that some manifestations occur only where energy exceeds the limits of form itself. 39. Hybrid and transitional beings. Hybrid and transitional beings occupy an unstable position within Fae-related encounters, appearing neither fully formed nor fully withdrawn. These intelligences present as combinations of traits that do not resolve into a single category, often blending humanoid, animal, elemental, or abstract features. Their defining characteristic is not what they are, but what they are becoming or passing through. Witnesses describe figures that seem partially assembled, flickering between forms, or unable to hold a single appearance for more than moments at a time. Limbs may appear unfinished, features blur or overlap, and presence feels tentative rather than authoritative. These encounters often carry a sense of incompletion, as though the manifestation is caught between states and struggling to stabilize. Behaviorally, hybrid and transitional beings rarely initiate interaction. They are more often encountered incidentally, appearing at the edge of awareness or during moments of transition such as movement between environments, shifts in consciousness, or emotional upheaval. Their presence feels provisional, neither invasive nor intentional, suggesting that the encounter itself may be a byproduct of instability rather than purpose. Myth struggled to categorize these beings and often relegated them to monsters, failed creations, or corrupted forms. This framing introduced fear while obscuring function. Earlier traditions were more ambiguous, describing such encounters as warnings or anomalies rather than threats. The instability itself was the message, signaling disruption in the interface rather than intention from the intelligence. Hybrid and transitional beings reveal an important aspect of Fae phenomena. Manifestation is not always successful. Not every alignment results in a coherent expression. Some encounters occur during partial overlap, where structure fails to resolve cleanly. These beings may represent intelligences withdrawing, adapting, or losing access rather than advancing toward interaction. Their presence highlights the fragility of the interface and reminds observers that not all manifestations are complete or deliberate. In this framing, hybrids are not unnatural errors, but indicators of transition, marking moments where layered realities brush against one another without fully locking into place. 40. Incomplete or fragmenting manifestations. Incomplete or fragmenting manifestations describe encounters in which a Fae intelligence begins to appear but fails to fully resolve into a coherent presence. These experiences are often brief, confusing, and difficult to recall with clarity. Witnesses report partial forms, interrupted sensations, or the strong impression that something was present but never fully arrived. Form in these encounters is unstable to the point of breakdown. A face may appear without a body, movement may be sensed without location, or a figure may dissolve mid-perception. Unlike shape-shifters, whose instability is adaptive, fragmenting manifestations feel involuntary. The intelligence does not seem to be choosing concealment, but struggling to maintain coherence within the perceptual field. These encounters frequently occur during moments of disruption. Fatigue, illness, emotional overload, environmental noise, or sudden fear often precede them. The interface conditions required for manifestation appear briefly and then collapse before stabilization can occur. The result is an impression rather than an interaction, leaving the observer uncertain whether anything truly happened. Myth rarely preserved these experiences cleanly because they resist narrative. When they do appear, they are framed as omens, glitches, or half-seen spirits. Over time, they were dismissed as imagination or error because they lacked the clarity needed to sustain belief. Earlier traditions treated them as signs of interference or misalignment rather than entities in their own right. Incomplete or fragmenting manifestations are important precisely because they reveal the mechanics of encounter. They show that Fae-related phenomena are not guaranteed once perception shifts. Alignment must be sustained, and structure must hold. When conditions fail, manifestation breaks apart. These experiences demonstrate that visibility is fragile and contingent, not automatic. Rather than representing deception or illusion, fragmenting manifestations mark the limits of the interface itself, moments where awareness briefly brushes against another layer but cannot maintain contact long enough for form, meaning, or memory to fully stabilize. 41. Collective versus singular entities. Encounters associated with the Fae often blur the distinction between individual beings and distributed intelligence. Some manifestations present as clearly singular, with a focused presence, recognizable behavior, and a sense of personal agency. Others feel diffuse, as though awareness is spread across multiple forms or an entire environment. This distinction is critical for understanding why Fae phenomena resist familiar models of identity. Singular entities tend to be remembered as figures. They interact directly, convey intention, and produce encounters that feel personal even when brief. These beings are more likely to be named in myth, remembered as characters, or framed as rulers, messengers, or antagonists. Their presence is localized, and interaction centers on relationship rather than atmosphere. Collective entities, by contrast, do not resolve into a single focal point. Awareness feels shared, ambient, or field-like. Witnesses describe the sensation that many eyes are watching without seeing faces, or that an entire place is attentive rather than occupied. Communication, if it occurs, is nonverbal and impressionistic, conveyed through mood, direction, or pressure rather than dialogue. Myth often struggled with this distinction. Collective intelligences were flattened into plural beings, swarms, hosts, or vague spirits, while singular encounters were elevated into named figures. Over time, this produced confusion, as different manifestations were grouped together despite operating through entirely different modes of awareness. Understanding the difference between collective and singular entities clarifies many inconsistencies in Fae lore. Not all intelligences encountered are meant to individuate. Some operate as systems rather than selves, expressing awareness through coordination rather than personality. This does not make them lesser or primitive. It reflects a different organizational logic. Singular entities interact through focus and boundary. Collective entities interact through saturation and presence. Both can appear intelligent, intentional, and responsive, yet neither fits cleanly into human concepts of individuality. Recognizing this distinction allows encounters to be interpreted without forcing all experiences into a single model of personhood, revealing that intelligence within layered reality may organize itself along axes very different from those humans instinctively expect. 42. Silent observers. Silent observers represent a category of Fae encounters defined less by interaction than by presence. These intelligences are perceived as watching without intervening, communicating, or revealing intention. Witnesses often describe a strong sense of being observed, accompanied by heightened awareness, stillness, or unease, yet no clear action ever follows. These encounters rarely involve form. At most, observers report vague silhouettes, stationary shadows, or the impression of eyes without a face. More commonly, there is no visual component at all. The experience registers internally as certainty rather than sensation. Attention feels directed, as though awareness itself has become the point of contact. Unlike predatory or trickster pattern encounters, silent observers do not provoke reaction or extraction. There is no manipulation, guidance, or disruption. The intelligence remains passive, allowing the moment to unfold without interference. This lack of engagement often feels more unsettling than overt action, as the observer's presence cannot be interpreted through outcome or intent. Myths struggled to preserve these encounters because they lack narrative resolution. When recorded, they appear as watchers, witnesses, or unnamed presences standing at the edge of the world. Over time, they were either ignored or reclassified as imagination, since nothing visibly occurred. Earlier traditions, however, treated these moments with seriousness, recognizing that observation itself can be an act within layered reality. Silent observers suggest that not all Fae intelligences intersect with human awareness for interaction. Some appear to monitor, assess, or simply register activity when alignment permits visibility. Their presence implies that human behavior, location, or state may be of interest without requiring response. This challenges the assumption that all encounters must involve exchange or consequence. In this framing, being seen is itself the event. Silent observers remind us that awareness is not exclusive to humanity, and that layered reality may include intelligences whose role is not to teach, test, or take, but to witness moments when perception briefly opens and the boundary between observer and observed becomes reciprocal. 43. Watcher class phenomena. Watcher class phenomena describe encounters in which the presence perceived carries a clear sense of oversight rather than curiosity or reaction. Unlike silent observers, which feel passive and momentary, watcher class encounters convey duration, position, and function. The intelligence feels stationed rather than incidental, as though occupying a role tied to location, condition, or activity. Witnesses often report the sensation of being evaluated rather than merely noticed. The awareness feels steady and focused, producing heightened self-consciousness without overt fear. There is rarely any attempt to engage or communicate. Instead, the experience centers on the realization that behavior, presence, or transition is being registered by something external yet embedded within the environment. Visual manifestation is uncommon but more structured than in silent observer encounters. When form appears, it is often distant, elevated, or partially concealed. Figures may be perceived watching from edges, heights, or behind natural barriers. Movement is minimal or non-existent. The defining feature is not appearance, but positional certainty. The watcher feels placed, as though assigned. Myth often transformed these encounters into guardians, sentinels, or watchmen, attributing moral judgment or authority where none was explicitly expressed. Over time, watcher figures were merged with gods, angels, or monsters depending on cultural framing. Earlier accounts emphasize role rather than character. The watcher does not intervene unless conditions change, suggesting that observation itself fulfills its function. Watcher class phenomena indicate that layered reality includes intelligences tasked with monitoring thresholds, behaviors, or systemic conditions. Their presence implies that certain actions, locations, or states are significant beyond human awareness. Unlike predatory or instructive encounters, watchers do not seek exchange. They maintain continuity and oversight, appearing only when alignment allows perception. In this framing, watcher class intelligences are not enforcers or judges, but stabilizers of awareness, ensuring that transitions, disruptions, or presences do not go unregistered. Their appearance marks a moment when perception opens just enough to reveal that observation flows both ways, and that some intelligences exist not to act within events, but to ensure that events are seen. 44. Territorial intelligences. Territorial intelligences represent a class of Fae encounters defined by fixed association with specific locations rather than by form or personality. These beings are not merely present in a place, they are functionally bound to it. Their awareness appears localized, and their behavior is shaped by the integrity, use, and disturbance of the territory itself. Encounters typically occur when a boundary is crossed, altered, or ignored. People report sudden discomfort, disorientation, or a sense of intrusion when entering certain areas, even without visible manifestation. When form is perceived, it is often secondary to the feeling that the land itself has noticed the presence. The intelligence does not approach, it reacts. Territorial intelligences differ from land-bound nature forms in scope and specificity. While nature forms may express through ecosystems, territorial entities appear tied to defined zones, a particular field, grove, ruin, path, or structure. Their responses are consistent over time, suggesting stable attachment rather than wandering influence. The same place produces the same effects regardless of who enters. Myth recorded these encounters as cursed grounds, guarded lands, taboo spaces, or places that demand permission. Over time, narrative explanations replaced functional understanding. Spirits were blamed, blessings were invoked, and moral stories were attached. Earlier traditions focused on practice rather than explanation. Certain areas were avoided, respected, or ritually acknowledged because repeated experience demonstrated consequence. Territorial intelligences illustrate how awareness can be spatially anchored without being embodied. They do not pursue, communicate, or negotiate. Their intelligence is expressed through enforcement of boundary conditions. When a territory is respected, nothing happens. When it is violated, response occurs automatically, without malice or intent. This behavior suggests system-level regulation rather than individual decision-making. In this framing, territory itself functions as an interface through which intelligence expresses limits. These encounters remind us that not all awareness moves or interacts. Some remains fixed, operating through place rather than presence, reinforcing the idea that location can be an active participant in layered reality rather than a passive backdrop for experience. 45. Seasonal phase-based forms. Seasonal phase-based forms describe Fae manifestations that appear only during specific times of the year, aligning closely with natural cycles rather than fixed locations or continuous presence. These encounters cluster around solstices, equinoxes, harvest periods, and transitional seasons, suggesting that timing itself functions as a stabilizing condition for manifestation. Witnesses often report heightened activity during these periods without clear visual encounters. Changes in atmosphere, unusual dreams, intensified intuition, or a sense of presence recur predictably year after year. When form is perceived, it is often fleeting and symbolic, matching the character of the season rather than a consistent identity. Spring encounters feel expansive or mischievous, while autumn encounters carry weight, gravity, or finality. These beings do not appear to persist outside their phase window. Attempts to encounter them outside the appropriate season fail entirely, reinforcing the idea that their expression depends on systemic alignment rather than choice. The intelligence is not absent during off-seasons, but inaccessible, as though the interface conditions no longer support visibility. Myth preserved these patterns through festival calendars, sacred days, and seasonal prohibitions. Stories of doors opening on certain nights or beings walking the land during specific times were not symbolic exaggerations, but practical observations. Over time, ritual replaced understanding, and timing became tradition rather than functional knowledge. Seasonal phase-based forms demonstrate that some Fae intelligences are synchronized to large-scale environmental rhythms rather than individual perception. Their emergence reflects shifts in energy, light, and biological activity that temporarily alter the structure of the interface. These encounters remind us that awareness does not always operate continuously. Some intelligences express only when the world itself reaches particular configurations, revealing that time, like place and perception, can act as an active gateway within layered reality. 46. Migratory or cyclical entities. Migratory or cyclical entities represent Fae intelligences whose presence moves through regions rather than remaining fixed to a single location or season. These encounters are marked by patterns of arrival and departure, often following routes, intervals, or rhythms that repeat over long periods. The intelligence does not belong to one place, but to a path or cycle that intersects human awareness intermittently. Witnesses frequently report waves of activity rather than isolated events. Entire areas may feel altered for days or weeks before returning to normal, with multiple people experiencing similar disturbances, dreams, or sightings within the same time frame. When the cycle passes, the phenomena cease abruptly, leaving little trace beyond memory and shared reports. Form in these encounters is inconsistent and often secondary. Some describe figures traveling in groups, others sense movement without seeing anything at all. The defining feature is motion rather than appearance. The intelligence feels as though it is passing through rather than engaging, following a route governed by conditions humans do not perceive directly. Myth recorded these patterns as wild hunts, spectral processions, fairy hosts, or traveling companies that swept across the land at certain times. Later retellings dramatized these movements into moral or supernatural events. Earlier traditions focused on avoidance and timing. When the cycle arrived, one stayed indoors, remained silent, or avoided certain routes until it passed. Migratory or cyclical entities highlight the importance of movement within layered reality. Not all intelligences are stationary or phase-locked to seasons. Some operate through circulation, maintaining coherence by remaining in motion. Their encounters with humans are incidental rather than intentional, occurring when paths overlap. In this framing, these beings are not visitors exploring human territory, but participants in larger systemic flows. Their appearance signals that reality itself may contain currents of intelligence moving through it, largely unnoticed, except when human activity briefly intersects with trajectories that were never meant to be inhabited or interrupted. 47. Non-interactive witness forms. Non-interactive witness forms describe encounters where presence is perceived without any attempt at engagement, response, or influence. These intelligences do not react to attention, fear, or curiosity. They neither withdraw nor advance. Their defining feature is indifference to interaction, as though observation itself is their sole function. Witnesses often report the sensation of being seen without reciprocity. Unlike watcher class phenomena, which carry a sense of assessment or oversight, non-interactive witness forms feel neutral and detached. The presence does not evaluate or regulate. It simply registers. This produces a peculiar psychological effect, where awareness feels exposed without consequence or explanation. Visual manifestation is rare and minimal. When form is perceived, it is often static, distant, or incomplete. Figures may appear briefly and then remain unchanged regardless of attention. More commonly, there is no visual component at all, only a certainty that something is present and aware. Attempts to communicate, move closer, or provoke response consistently fail. Myths struggled to preserve these encounters because they offer no narrative resolution. They were often folded into general categories of spirits or dismissed as uneventful omens. Earlier traditions, however, treated such experiences as moments of contact without exchange, recognizing that not all awareness seeks interaction or outcome. Non-interactive witness forms suggest that some Fae-associated intelligences exist solely to observe states of reality rather than participate in them. Their presence implies that awareness may be distributed across layers without intent to intervene. These encounters challenge the assumption that all intelligence is relational or goal-driven. In this framing, being witnessed is not a test or threat. It is a reminder that perception itself may be part of a larger field of awareness, and that some intelligences intersect human experience only long enough to register that something occurred, without needing to respond, explain, or remain. 48. Failed or collapsing interfaces. Failed or collapsing interfaces describe encounters where contact between human perception and Fae-associated intelligences begins but cannot be sustained. These experiences are marked by breakdown rather than interaction, producing confusion, sensory distortion, or abrupt termination without resolution. The defining feature is not what appears, but what fails to hold. Witnesses often report moments where reality feels unstable. Visual fields fragment, sound distorts, or attention locks onto something that cannot fully form. The encounter may end with dizziness, fear, sudden fatigue, or the sensation of being forcibly returned to ordinary awareness. Unlike incomplete manifestations, collapsing interfaces feel actively destabilizing, as though coherence was briefly achieved and then lost. These failures are often preceded by overload. Emotional intensity, fear, environmental noise, or sudden disruption can overwhelm the alignment required for sustained perception. The interface cannot stabilize under these conditions, causing the encounter to abort. What remains is a sense that something was present but unreachable, leaving behind disorientation rather than memory. Myth rarely preserved these encounters clearly because they resist narrative structure. When they appear, they are framed as madness, possession, or warning signs. Earlier traditions treated them cautiously, recognizing that not all crossings are safe or successful. The danger was not the intelligence itself, but the instability created when perception exceeded its limits. Failed or collapsing interfaces reveal the mechanical limits of Fae encounters. Contact is not guaranteed once alignment begins. Stability must be maintained across perception, environment, and internal state. When any component fails, the interface collapses. These experiences are often the most unsettling because they provide neither clarity nor closure. They demonstrate that layered reality is not passively accessible, and that attempting to cross without sufficient coherence can result in disintegration of experience rather than encounter. In this framing, failure is not error but feedback, signaling that the boundary was reached without the conditions required to hold it open. 49. Are some forms extinct? The question of whether some Fae forms are extinct arises naturally when comparing historical accounts with modern reports. Many beings described in older lore no longer appear with the same frequency, clarity, or consistency. Entire categories seem to have faded, leaving behind stories without contemporary equivalents. This absence suggests not mere cultural forgetfulness, but real changes in the conditions that once allowed these encounters to occur. Extinction, however, may not mean disappearance in a biological sense. If Fae manifestations depend on environmental coherence, perceptual openness, and stable interface conditions, then loss of access would look identical to extinction from a human perspective. Deforestation, urbanization, artificial lighting, noise saturation, and constant cognitive engagement have dramatically altered the environments where many encounters once clustered. Cultural shifts also play a role. Symbolic literacy has declined, and perception has been trained toward dismissal rather than attention. Even if certain forms still occur, they may fail to register as meaningful experience. An encounter that once became myth may now be ignored, rationalized, or forgotten before it can stabilize into memory or narrative. Myth itself records periods of withdrawal. Many traditions speak of the Fae retreating, fading, or closing their doors as human activity expanded. These stories are often interpreted romantically, but they may reflect real experiential decline. The language of disappearance preserved the observation that something once accessible had become unreachable, not necessarily destroyed. Some forms may indeed be functionally extinct, unable to manifest under modern conditions. Others may persist in altered states, reduced to fragmentary or indirect expression. Extinction, in this context, is not an end but a loss of interface. What vanished may not be the intelligence itself, but the conditions required for humans to perceive it. This reframing suggests that recovery, while unlikely, would not require resurrection, only restoration of coherence between perception, environment, and the deeper structures that once allowed those forms to emerge at all. 50. Are others adapting? While some Fae forms appear to have faded or become inaccessible, others show signs of adaptation rather than disappearance. Adaptation, in this context, does not mean evolution in a biological sense. It refers to changes in how intelligences intersect with human perception as environmental, cultural, and cognitive conditions shift. Where older modes of manifestation no longer hold, new ones appear to emerge. Modern encounters increasingly lack clear form and mythic structure. Instead of radiant figures or named beings, people report abstract presences, psychological impressions, technological interference, or experiences that blur into dream, intuition, or synchronicity. These manifestations align more easily with contemporary frameworks, allowing them to be noticed without triggering immediate dismissal. The intelligence adapts its expression to remain perceptible within a changed interface. Urban environments, digital saturation, and constant sensory input reduce the stability needed for traditional manifestations. In response, some Fae-associated intelligences appear to operate through subtler channels. They surface as patterns in coincidence, emotional resonance, altered attention, or symbolic repetition rather than as visible entities. The interaction shifts from encounter to influence, from appearance to effect. Myth no longer forms around these experiences because modern culture lacks shared symbolic containers. Instead of stories passed across generations, experiences remain personal, fragmented, and often unspoken. This does not indicate absence, but decentralization. Adapted forms no longer rely on communal recognition to persist. If adaptation is occurring, it suggests resilience rather than retreat. These intelligences are not bound to a single mode of appearance, but to the possibility of interaction itself. When conditions change, expression shifts accordingly. In this framing, the Fae are not relics of a vanished world, but dynamic participants in layered reality, adjusting how they register as human perception narrows or transforms. What has changed is not their presence, but the language and structure through which they can still be noticed. Part 4. How myth forms around encounters. 51. Oral tradition as compression technology. Oral tradition did not function as primitive storytelling, but as a compression system designed to preserve complex experiential data across generations. When encounters could not be repeated on demand or described precisely, they were condensed into narratives that retained structure, consequence, and pattern while discarding unnecessary detail. This allowed information to survive intact even as language, culture, and belief shifted. Compression was necessary because the original experiences exceeded direct explanation. Encounters with the Fae involved altered perception, unstable environments, and conditional access that could not be reliably reproduced. Oral tradition stripped these experiences down to actionable elements: what preceded the encounter, what followed it, and what behaviors increased or reduced risk. Story replaced instruction because story could be remembered without understanding. Myths encoded rules as characters, boundaries as taboos, and systemic responses as moral outcomes. A ring becomes forbidden ground. A being becomes dangerous if named. A place becomes cursed if entered improperly. These were not metaphors meant to entertain. They were symbolic containers that preserved operational knowledge without requiring technical explanation. As oral tradition spread, variation occurred, but the core patterns remained stable. This stability indicates successful compression. Even when details changed, the functional warnings survived. People who followed the stories avoided certain actions, locations, or times, often without knowing why. The tradition worked because it did not require belief, only adherence. Understanding oral tradition as compression technology reframes myth entirely. Rather than failed science or superstition, it becomes a high-efficiency data storage method optimized for unstable phenomena. It preserved what mattered most while allowing surface interpretation to adapt. In the context of the Fae, oral tradition functioned as a long-term memory system for encounters that could not be controlled, replicated, or fully understood. What appears today as folklore is the residue of successful compression, carrying the minimum information required to navigate layered reality without collapsing into fear or speculation. 52. Symbolism as survival encoding. Symbolism emerged as a survival tool when direct explanation failed. Where language could not describe an encounter accurately and repetition could not be guaranteed, symbols carried meaning in a form that resisted decay. A symbol could hold multiple layers of instruction at once, allowing essential knowledge to pass forward even when the original experience could not be reconstructed. In Fae-related lore, symbols rarely function as decoration. Iron, circles, thresholds, fire, water, names, and music recur because they encode interaction rules rather than beliefs. Each symbol compresses behavior and consequence into a single image or action. The meaning does not need to be explained to be effective. Repetition alone reinforces correct response. Symbolism also allowed information to survive cultural collapse. When societies changed, gods vanished, and languages shifted, symbols remained interpretable. A warning tied to a shape or ritual could persist long after its origin story was forgotten. This made symbolism more resilient than doctrine, preserving function while allowing interpretation to evolve. Unlike narrative, symbolism does not require full attention or belief. It operates subconsciously, triggering caution, reverence, or restraint automatically. This made it ideal for preserving knowledge about encounters that were dangerous, unpredictable, or rare. One did not need to understand why iron mattered, only that it did. Symbolism as survival encoding explains why Fae lore remains potent even when stripped of context. The symbols still function because they were never meant to explain reality, only to keep humans alive within it. In this framing, symbolism is not poetic abstraction, but a practical interface between human cognition and phenomena that could not be safely engaged directly. 53. Fear is a memory binding tool. Fear plays a critical role in how encounters associated with the Fae were remembered, transmitted, and preserved. It was not introduced to exaggerate danger or manipulate belief, but to bind memory to experience. Events that involve fear are encoded more deeply and retrieved more reliably, ensuring that essential warnings were not forgotten or diluted over time. Encounters described as frightening were often those that carried the highest risk of harm or destabilization. Fear sharpened attention, narrowed focus, and imprinted detail. This made the experience harder to dismiss and easier to recall accurately. In this way, fear functioned as a biological reinforcement mechanism, anchoring memory where rational explanation could not. Myth amplified fear intentionally, not to terrify indiscriminately, but to ensure compliance with boundaries. A dangerous place framed as merely inconvenient would be ignored. A being framed as merely strange would invite curiosity. Fear discouraged experimentation and enforced avoidance where trial and error could carry irreversible consequences. The emotional charge preserved the instruction when logic alone would fail. Over time, fear-based memory binding was misunderstood as moral warning or superstition. Stories became darker, motives were assigned, and beings were demonized. This obscured the original function. Fear was never meant to explain what the Fae were. It was meant to ensure that certain interactions did not occur again. Understanding fear as a memory-binding tool reframes its role within Fae lore. It was not evidence of malice or hostility, but a cognitive safeguard. Fear kept dangerous knowledge intact across generations by making it unforgettable. In this context, the terror embedded in myth was not an error of imagination, but a feature of preservation, ensuring that what could not be safely understood was at least reliably remembered. 54. Why stories warn instead of explain? Stories associated with the Fae consistently emphasize warning over explanation because explanation was neither possible nor useful in the original context. Encounters were irregular, conditional, and often destabilizing. Attempting to explain causes or mechanisms would have introduced false certainty, encouraging experimentation where restraint was safer. Warning, by contrast, preserved outcome without requiring understanding. Explanation invites control. It suggests that with enough knowledge, a phenomenon can be predicted, managed, or repeated. Fae encounters did not behave this way. Access could not be guaranteed, and repetition often carried escalating risk. Stories therefore focused on consequence rather than cause. Do not go there. Do not accept this. Do not stay too long. These instructions required obedience, not comprehension. Narrative warning also bypassed debate. A story does not argue its case. It presents an event and its result, allowing the listener to internalize the lesson without needing proof. This was essential in cultures where experiential authority mattered more than abstract reasoning. If the story persisted, it was because enough people recognized the pattern for the warning to remain relevant. Over time, this approach was misread as ignorance or superstition. Modern frameworks expect explanation as a sign of legitimacy, dismissing warning without theory as primitive. In reality, warning was a deliberate strategy chosen because explanation would have failed. The absence of explanation was protective, not negligent. Stories warn instead of explain because they were designed to regulate behavior, not satisfy curiosity. Their purpose was survival within uncertainty. In the context of the Fae, warning preserved boundaries when understanding could not. The story did its job if the listener stayed away, showed respect, or exercised restraint. Whether the listener believed the explanation was irrelevant, the warning alone was sufficient to prevent harm, which was all the system ever required. 55. Repetition across generations. Repetition across generations is one of the strongest indicators that Fae-related stories preserved real patterns rather than invented fantasies. When the same motifs, warnings, and encounter structures appear independently across time and geography, coincidence becomes an insufficient explanation. Repetition signals that something consistent was being encountered, even if it could not be directly named or controlled. Each retelling acted as a reinforcement mechanism. Details might shift, names might change, and symbols might adapt to new cultures, but the core structure remained intact. Certain places remained dangerous. Certain behaviors produced consequences. Certain times invited risk. This persistence suggests that the stories were anchored to experience rather than imagination, functioning as memory scaffolding rather than entertainment. Repetition also filtered out error. Stories that failed to match lived experience gradually lost relevance and disappeared. Those that aligned with recurring patterns survived. This natural selection of narrative ensured that only information with practical value endured. The process required no central authority, only repeated confirmation through outcome. Across generations, repetition served as calibration. Each culture reinterpreted the story through its own worldview, but the underlying instruction remained recognizable. This allowed the same warning to function under radically different belief systems, from animism to organized religion to modern skepticism. Repetition across generations reveals that Fae lore was not static tradition, but adaptive memory. The stories did not survive because people believed in them, but because ignoring them carried cost. In this framing, repetition is evidence of contact, not consensus. It marks the places where human experience intersected something persistent enough to leave a trace, generation after generation, even as understanding of that trace slowly eroded. 56. Localization of universal patterns. One of the most revealing features of Fae lore is how universal patterns consistently localize themselves into specific landscapes, names, and customs. The same structural encounter appears across cultures, yet it is always grounded in local geography and tradition. A dangerous hill in one region becomes a sacred mound in another. A forest presence takes a different name but behaves the same way. This localization allowed universal patterns to remain relevant and actionable. Human perception anchors abstract experience to place. When something is difficult to define conceptually, it becomes easier to remember when tied to a physical location or familiar landmark. Localizing a pattern into a named place transformed an invisible rule into a navigable reality. One did not need to understand the larger system, only to know where not to go or how to behave in that specific area. Localization also prevented overgeneralization. Universal patterns, if left abstract, invite misuse. By anchoring them to particular sites, times, or customs, cultures ensured that warnings remained contextual rather than absolute. A river spirit was not every river. A fairy mound was not every hill. This specificity reduced unnecessary fear while preserving necessary caution. Mythological variation emerges naturally from this process. As universal patterns encountered different environments and cultures, their expression adapted to local conditions. Climate, terrain, social structure, and language shaped how the encounter was remembered and transmitted. The underlying pattern remained stable, but its surface form evolved, creating diversity without losing function. Localization of universal patterns explains why Fae lore feels both globally familiar and regionally distinct. It was never meant to describe a single hidden world, but to encode repeated interactions between human perception and layered reality in ways that made sense locally. This approach maximized survival value while minimizing abstraction, ensuring that complex phenomena remained usable within everyday life even as their deeper structure faded from conscious understanding. 57. Naming as a control mechanism. Naming has always carried power in Fae lore, not because words exert mystical force on their own, but because naming stabilizes perception. To name something is to fix it within a cognitive framework, limiting how it can appear, behave, or be understood. In encounters with the Fae, this stabilization can collapse the interface rather than clarify it, which explains why naming is repeatedly warned against. Many accounts emphasize that speaking a name breaks the encounter. Beings vanish, environments dissolve, or consequences follow immediately after identification. This pattern suggests that naming forces an intelligence into a category it does not naturally occupy. The act of naming resolves ambiguity, and ambiguity is often what allows the encounter to exist in the first place. Names also imply ownership and authority. In human systems, naming is tied to classification, command, and control. Applying this impulse to non-human intelligences introduces imbalance. The encounter shifts from relational to adversarial, as the intelligence is no longer engaged as a presence but treated as an object to be defined. This change in posture destabilizes the interaction. Myth encoded this danger through taboos. Do not ask its name. Do not reveal your own. Do not speak names aloud in certain places. Over time, these warnings were framed as superstition, but their persistence points to repeated experiential failure when naming occurred. Silence preserved alignment where speech disrupted it. Naming as a control mechanism explains why Fae lore resists taxonomy and precise identification. These intelligences do not tolerate being pinned down because pinning down is itself an act of dominance. By refusing names, the encounters remain fluid, relational, and temporary. In this framing, silence is not ignorance, but respect for the conditions that allow perception to occur at all. Naming closes the door not because the beings fear it, but because the act of definition collapses the very openness that made the encounter possible. 58. Why names shift over time. Names associated with the Fae shift over time because they were never meant to be fixed identifiers. Each name emerged as a local solution to a perceptual problem, a way to reference an experience without fully defining it. As cultures changed, languages evolved, and belief systems reorganized, the names adapted to remain usable within new frameworks. Stability of function mattered more than stability of terminology. When a name becomes too rigid, it accumulates assumptions that no longer match lived experience. New generations inherit the word but not the context that gave it meaning. As encounters subtly change or become rarer, the old name begins to mislead rather than clarify. A new label emerges to restore alignment between language and perception, even if the underlying pattern remains the same. Cultural pressure accelerates this process. Religious shifts, political authority, and social norms reshape acceptable language. Older names may become forbidden, demonized, sanitized, or trivialized. Rather than disappearing entirely, the pattern re-enters discourse under a different name, stripped of associations that would trigger rejection or fear. The intelligence has not changed, but the interface through which it is referenced has. Myth reflects this layering clearly. The same beings appear under successive names across centuries, each carrying slightly different connotations while preserving recognizable behavior. What was once a local spirit becomes a fairy, then a superstition, then a psychological phenomenon, then an archetype. Each name fits the dominant worldview of its time, allowing the pattern to survive reinterpretation. Names shift because they are tools, not truths. Their purpose is to point, not to capture. In the context of the Fae, changing names prevented stagnation and protected encounters from being locked into obsolete categories. This constant renaming preserved flexibility, ensuring that when perception opened, there was still a word available to gesture toward what had been noticed, even if that word would eventually need to change again. 59. Myth drift and narrative mutation. Myth drift occurs when stories continue to be told after direct experience has diminished or disappeared. As encounters with the Fae became rarer or less clearly recognized, narratives began to rely more heavily on memory, inference, and imagination. Over generations, this produced mutation, where structure remained but meaning slowly shifted. The story survived, but its function blurred. Narrative mutation does not happen randomly. Elements that no longer make sense are reinterpreted through contemporary values. Warnings become moral lessons. Structural boundaries become punishments or rewards. Practical instructions transform into symbolism. Each retelling adapts the story to the listener's worldview, preserving coherence at the cost of original intent. This process explains why later versions of Fae lore often feel exaggerated or inconsistent. Beings become smaller, more whimsical, or more monstrous as the original context erodes. Actions that once reflected systemic response are reframed as personality traits. Over time, the intelligence fades and the character remains, producing stories that entertain but no longer instruct. Despite this drift, core patterns often persist beneath the surface. Time distortion, boundary violation, reciprocity, and disappearance recur even in heavily mutated narratives. These elements survive because they were anchored to repeated experience rather than invention. Mutation alters appearance, not structure. Myth drift and narrative mutation mark the point where memory outlives contact. The story continues not because the encounter still occurs, but because the pattern once mattered. In this framing, folklore is not evidence of imagination running wild, but of meaning slowly losing its anchor. What remains is a distorted echo of real interaction, reshaped to fit worlds where the original conditions no longer exist, yet still recognizable enough to hint at what was once encountered directly. 60. Moralization of neutral forces. As direct understanding of Fae-related phenomena diminished, cultures increasingly framed neutral forces in moral terms. Behaviors and outcomes that once reflected structural response were reinterpreted as reward or punishment. This shift did not occur because the forces themselves changed, but because moral framing was more accessible than systemic explanation once experiential grounding was lost. Neutral forces operate without intention in the human sense. They respond to conditions rather than motives. When boundaries are respected, nothing happens. When they are violated, consequences follow automatically. As this logic faded from collective understanding, consequence was mistaken for judgment. Beings that enforced limits became cruel. Forces that withdrew became offended. The system was anthropomorphized to fit human emotional models. Moralization simplified transmission at the cost of accuracy. Teaching that a being is angry is easier than explaining environmental coherence or perceptual alignment. Fear-based morality replaced situational awareness, shifting responsibility away from behavior and toward appeasement. This transformation marked a loss of functional knowledge, even as stories remained compelling. Over time, moral framing hardened into theology and folklore. Neutral intelligences were divided into good and evil categories, stripped of ambiguity. This division erased the original insight that the same force could appear helpful or harmful depending on interaction. What was once conditional became absolute, and nuance disappeared. The moralization of neutral forces reveals how human psychology fills explanatory gaps when structural understanding collapses. It also explains why later Fae lore feels inconsistent or contradictory. The beings were never moral agents. They were regulatory presences operating within layered reality. Reframing them as neutral restores coherence, shifting focus back to conditions, boundaries, and response. In this view, morality was not inherent to the phenomena, but imposed to make sense of effects that no longer had visible causes. 61. Sexual and fertility erasure. Early Fae lore was deeply entangled with sexuality, fertility, and generative power, not as indulgence, but as recognition of how life cycles intersect with perception and environment. Encounters were often linked to conception, birth timing, seasonal fertility, and altered states associated with desire and vitality. These elements were not symbolic add-ons, they were part of the functional conditions under which encounters occurred. As cultures shifted toward stricter moral systems, these aspects were progressively erased or distorted. Sexuality was reframed as temptation, danger, or sin, and fertility symbolism was sanitized or suppressed. What had once been understood as energetic alignment or life force interaction became taboo. The result was not greater clarity, but loss of explanatory depth. A major access vector was removed from the narrative without replacement. This erasure altered how Fae encounters were remembered. Stories that once acknowledged attraction, union, or generative exchange were rewritten as abductions, assaults, or moral failings. The shift protected social norms but obscured structural understanding. Fertility became metaphor rather than mechanism, and the role of embodied vitality in perception was forgotten. The loss also narrowed who was considered a valid experiencer. Women's accounts, in particular, were dismissed or reframed through moral suspicion, while experiences linked to pregnancy or sexuality were medicalized or demonized. This selective filtering reduced the diversity of recorded encounters, giving the false impression that such phenomena were rarer or less varied than they once were. Sexual and fertility erasure marks a critical break in the transmission of Fae knowledge. It removed a core dimension of how humans historically interacted with layered reality, replacing it with shame or silence. Restoring this context does not require romanticization or endorsement, only recognition. These encounters were tied to life-generating processes because those processes loosen perception, intensify awareness, and align humans with broader cycles. Erasing them did not make the phenomena safer or clearer. It made them harder to understand, leaving behind stories stripped of one of their most important structural components. 62. Violence softened for transmission. Early accounts of Fae encounters were often far more severe than the versions that survived into later folklore. Injury, disappearance, psychological fracture, and irreversible loss appear frequently in older layers of tradition. Over time, much of this violence was softened, symbolicized, or removed entirely to make the stories transmissible within changing social norms. This softening was not driven by denial, but by necessity. Stories that were too explicit, terrifying, or destabilizing failed to propagate. They either silenced discussion or were rejected outright. To survive, the narratives adapted. Brutal outcomes were reframed as enchantment, punishment, or moral consequence. Physical harm became metaphor. Death became transformation. Loss became lesson. Violence was also difficult to contextualize once structural understanding faded. When people no longer understood boundary mechanics or interface collapse, harm appeared arbitrary. To preserve coherence, storytellers imposed moral causality. Victims were said to deserve their fate, or the violence was minimized to protect listeners from confronting uncontrollable danger. This process altered perception of the Fae themselves. Beings once understood as dangerous due to misalignment or proximity were recast as mischievous, cruel, or symbolic. The risk shifted from situational to personal. The warning remained, but its source was misunderstood. Violence softened for transmission reveals how much was lost alongside what was preserved. The stories survived, but their stakes were reduced. This made them safer to tell, but less accurate as guides. Recognizing this softening restores balance to the record. It reminds us that early lore did not exaggerate danger for drama. It encoded it because the cost of misunderstanding was sometimes permanent, and memory needed to carry that weight forward, even when explanation no longer could. 63. Monsters turned into characters. As experiential contact with Fae-associated phenomena declined, figures once understood as dangerous or destabilizing forces were gradually transformed into characters. What had originally functioned as warnings about boundary violation, perceptual collapse, or irreversible consequence became personalities with motives, dialogue, and narrative arcs. This shift made the stories survivable, but fundamentally changed their meaning. Monsters, in early tradition, were not villains in a moral sense. They represented encounters that exceeded human tolerance. Their danger lay in scale mismatch, instability, or extraction rather than cruelty. When these forces were converted into characters, they became intelligible within human storytelling frameworks. Intent replaced function. Motivation replaced condition. The monster could now be reasoned with, defeated, or redeemed. This transformation softened fear and restored a sense of control. A character can be understood, predicted, and managed. A force cannot. As societies became less willing to accept unknowable danger, character-driven narratives replaced system-driven warnings. The encounter shifted from, "do not approach," to, "here is what happens if you do," reducing immediacy and risk awareness. Over time, this change produced familiarity. Beings that once enforced avoidance became companions, tricksters, or antagonists in tales meant for entertainment or moral instruction. The threat diminished as the figure gained personality. What was once a boundary marker became a plot device. Monsters turned into characters marks a critical point where survival encoding gave way to narrative comfort. The stories endured, but their original purpose eroded. What remains today are figures stripped of their systemic role, remembered as individuals rather than as signals of danger. Understanding this transformation allows the original warning to be recovered beneath the character, revealing that the monster was never meant to be understood as a being to confront, but as a condition to avoid when the boundary between worlds grew too thin to survive intact. 64. Children's stories as last refuge. As Fae-related lore became increasingly incompatible with dominant cultural, religious, and rational frameworks, it retreated into spaces where scrutiny was weakest. Children's stories became the final refuge for material that could no longer survive as serious knowledge. What had once functioned as survival instruction was preserved in softened form, hidden behind innocence and play. This transition was not accidental. Children's narratives allow danger without accountability. Fear can be present, but consequences are reduced. Violence becomes symbolic, loss becomes temporary, and terror is framed as excitement. These adaptations made the stories acceptable while still carrying traces of their original warning structure. The content survived because it no longer threatened adult certainty. Within these stories, Fae figures were miniaturized, domesticated, and sentimentalized. Their unpredictability became mischief. Their danger became whimsy. Their authority dissolved into personality traits. Yet core patterns remained intact. Forbidden places, rules that must not be broken, time distortion, disappearance, and irreversible consequence still appear, even when disguised as fantasy. Children's stories also preserved experiential timing. Many encounters in lore occur during childhood because perception is more open and less filtered. By relocating the stories to childhood, cultures unconsciously aligned narrative space with perceptual space. The stories remained where they made the most sense, even if the reason was forgotten. Children's stories as last refuge reveal how deeply resistant these patterns were to erasure. Even when stripped of seriousness, the warnings endured. The stories did not survive because they were cute or imaginative. They survived because they carried something that could not be fully discarded. In this framing, children's folklore is not trivialization, but containment. It is where dangerous knowledge was stored once it could no longer be spoken plainly, waiting quietly in story form for those capable of recognizing that something essential was hidden there on purpose. 65. Why myth outlives belief. Myth outlives belief because belief is optional, while pattern is not. Belief systems rise and fall with cultures, institutions, and authority, but myths persist because they encode recurring structures of experience. When belief collapses, myth does not disappear. It detaches from explanation and continues to function as memory, habit, and intuition. Belief demands assent. It asks the listener to accept a framework as true. Myth does not. Myth only asks to be remembered. This distinction allowed Fae-related narratives to survive religious conversion, scientific revolutions, and social upheaval. People stopped believing in the beings, but they did not stop repeating the stories, avoiding certain places, or feeling unease at certain thresholds. As belief eroded, myth shed literal interpretation and became story, folklore, or metaphor. This transformation protected it from attack. What could not be argued against could not be fully destroyed. Myths adapted by becoming just stories, while quietly preserving their structural warnings beneath entertainment, nostalgia, or tradition. This persistence reveals that myth is anchored to experience rather than doctrine. When a belief system fails, its explanations are discarded. When myth fails, it is retold differently. The survival mechanism is flexibility. Myth does not insist on truth claims. It survives by remaining useful even when its origin is forgotten. Myth outlives belief because it operates at a deeper cognitive layer. It shapes expectation, attention, and behavior without requiring conscious agreement. People who reject belief in the Fae still hesitate at dark thresholds, still feel watched in certain forests, still warn children away from particular places without knowing why. In this way, myth continues to guide behavior long after belief has vanished. It endures not because it convinces, but because it remembers. Where belief demands certainty, myth carries pattern, and pattern remains relevant as long as humans continue to encounter the same underlying structures, whether they recognize them or not. Part 5. The Courts as System Dynamics. 66. Courts as Polarity Fields. The concept of courts within Fae lore is often misunderstood as political or social organization modeled after human hierarchies. In practice, courts function more accurately as polarity fields rather than governing bodies. They describe zones of alignment, attraction, and constraint that shape how intelligences express themselves and how humans experience interaction within those zones. Polarity fields organize behavior through resonance rather than authority. The so-called Seeley and Unseeley Courts are not factions with leaders issuing commands, but opposing coherent states defined by orientation. One field emphasizes integration, reciprocity, and continuity. The other emphasizes extraction, disruption, and severance. Neither is moral in itself. Each represents a different mode of interaction within layered reality. Encounters associated with these courts share consistent energetic signatures regardless of the specific beings involved. Seeley-aligned encounters often feel ordered, luminous, and bounded by clear rules, while Unseeley-aligned encounters feel unstable, predatory, or chaotic. These qualities persist even when form, location, or narrative framing changes, indicating that alignment matters more than identity. Myth translated polarity into courtly language because it provided a relatable metaphor. Kings, queens, and allegiances made invisible forces intelligible. Over time, this metaphor hardened into literal interpretation, obscuring the underlying function. What were once fields of interaction became imagined societies, complete with politics and personalities that distracted from the structural reality being described. Understanding courts as polarity fields restores coherence to centuries of contradictory lore. It explains why the same being can appear benevolent in one context and dangerous in another, and why crossing from one court to another is described as perilous. The danger lies not in betrayal, but in misalignment. When perception enters a polarity it cannot stabilize within, consequences follow automatically. In this framing, courts are not places to visit or groups to join. They are states of organization that shape how intelligence, environment, and perception interact. Recognizing this distinction shifts inquiry away from mythology as social drama and toward mythology as a mapping of forces, revealing that what humans once called courts were early attempts to describe how reality organizes itself into opposing but interdependent fields. 67. Seasonal logic, not moral law. The behaviors attributed to Fae courts are often misinterpreted as moral systems, dividing beings into good and evil based on human ethical standards. In reality, these patterns align far more closely with seasonal logic than with moral law. The shifts observed in Fae behavior mirror natural cycles of growth, decay, emergence, and withdrawal rather than conscious judgment or intent. Seasonal logic operates through timing and suitability. Certain actions are appropriate during one phase and destructive in another, not because they are morally wrong, but because conditions no longer support them. In Fae lore, generosity during one period may invite harm during another, and restraint that ensures safety in one season may result in stagnation in the next. The same behavior produces different outcomes depending on phase. This explains why encounters associated with the Seeley and Unseeley courts fluctuate across the year. Brightness, openness, and exchange cluster around periods of expansion, while danger, withdrawal, and extraction cluster around contraction. These shifts reflect systemic reorganization rather than changes in temperament. The intelligence does not become cruel or kind. The environment enters a different operational mode. Myth preserved this logic imperfectly by attaching ethical narratives to seasonal transitions. Harvest became reward. Winter became punishment. What were once observations of energetic change hardened into stories of judgment. Over time, this moral overlay obscured the original insight that alignment with cycle mattered more than intention. Understanding seasonal logic restores coherence to Fae behavior without imposing human ethics where they do not belong. These intelligences respond to timing, balance, and phase rather than virtue or vice. Harm occurs when humans act out of phase, not when they act immorally. In this framing, safety comes not from righteousness, but from awareness of rhythm. The courts reflect seasonal states of reality itself, reminding observers that survival depends less on being good than on being aligned with the moment one inhabits. 68. The Seeley Court reframed. The Seeley Court has long been portrayed as the benevolent half of Fae society, a court of light, generosity, and relative safety. This framing, while comforting, obscures the true function of what the Seeley Court represents. Rather than a moral faction or a collection of kind beings, the Seeley Court is better understood as a coherence-aligned polarity field operating under conditions of stability and integration. Encounters associated with the Seeley Court tend to feel ordered and intelligible. Rules are present and can often be sensed intuitively. Boundaries are clear, and consequences follow predictable patterns. This predictability is what led earlier observers to interpret these encounters as friendly or fair. In reality, the perceived benevolence arises from structural compatibility rather than goodwill. Humans experience less harm when alignment is possible. The Seeley field supports interaction because it allows partial integration without collapse. Exchanges may occur, time distortion is limited, and memory often remains intact. These conditions make the encounter survivable and, in some cases, beneficial. However, this does not mean safety is guaranteed. Violating boundaries within the Seeley field still produces consequence. The difference lies in proportional response rather than mercy. Myth gradually anthropomorphized this coherence into images of noble courts, radiant queens, and protective hosts. These symbols made the field legible but also misleading. The Seeley Court does not protect humans out of compassion, nor does it reward virtue. It maintains order because order is the state in which it operates. Those who fit that state experience harmony. Those who do not are corrected or excluded. Reframing the Seeley Court as a coherence-based polarity removes moral projection while preserving practical insight. The court represents phases of reality where structure supports interaction and continuity. Encounters feel lighter not because the beings are kinder, but because the system is less hostile to human perception. In this view, the Seeley Court is not a refuge, but a condition. It is the mode of Fae interaction that emerges when alignment is possible, stability holds, and the interface remains intact long enough for humans to walk away believing they were treated gently rather than simply permitted to remain whole. 69. The Unseeley Court reframed. The Unseeley Court has traditionally been framed as the malevolent counterpart to the Seeley Court, a domain of cruelty, danger, and hostility. This moralized interpretation obscures its actual function. Like the Seeley Court, the Unseeley Court is not a social faction or ethical alignment, but a polarity field operating under conditions of instability, extraction, and severance. Encounters aligned with the Unseeley field feel chaotic because coherence is difficult or impossible to maintain. Boundaries blur, time fragments, and perception destabilizes quickly. Humans experience these encounters as threatening not because harm is intended, but because the structural conditions do not support sustained interaction. The system does not accommodate human continuity, and collapse becomes likely. Within this field, consequences feel abrupt and disproportionate. There is little warning and no negotiation. This has been interpreted as malice, yet it reflects a different operational logic. The Unseeley polarity enforces separation rather than integration. Where the Seeley field allows overlap, the Unseeley field accelerates disengagement, often violently from a human perspective. Myth translated this instability into images of monstrous hosts, dark riders, and predatory beings. These figures personified a field that could not be reasoned with or appeased. Over time, the narrative hardened into a moral warning: evil must be avoided. What was lost was the insight that danger arose from misalignment, not wicked intent. Reframing the Unseeley court as a severance-based polarity restores coherence to its role. It represents phases of reality where extraction, decay, and collapse dominate. Interaction is hazardous because the system actively breaks continuity rather than preserving it. The Unseeley court is not cruel by choice. It is incompatible by nature. Understanding this distinction shifts the lesson from fear to discernment. Safety does not come from moral standing, but from recognizing when conditions no longer support presence and withdrawing before coherence fails entirely. 70. Cooperation versus competition models. Much of the confusion surrounding Fae behavior arises from projecting human social models onto non-human systems. Humans instinctively interpret interaction through cooperation or competition, assuming shared goals, negotiation, or conflict. Fae-related encounters do not reliably follow either model. Instead, they operate through alignment and incompatibility, which can resemble cooperation or competition without actually being either. When humans experience favorable outcomes, the interaction is often labeled cooperative. When harm occurs, it is labeled competitive or hostile. This framing mistakes outcome for intent. In many cases, the intelligence does not adjust behavior in response to human success or failure. It maintains its mode of operation regardless of human outcome. What changes is whether human presence fits within that mode. The cooperation model fails because it assumes mutual benefit and shared priorities. The competition model fails because it assumes opposing objectives. Fae intelligences appear largely indifferent to human goals unless those goals disrupt structural conditions. When interaction succeeds, it is because alignment allows coexistence, not because assistance is being offered. When interaction fails, it is because overlap cannot be sustained, not because a contest is being waged. Myth encoded these misunderstandings through stories of bargains, rivalries, and tests. These narratives provided human relatable explanations for encounters that did not actually involve negotiation or conflict. Over time, this reinforced the illusion that the Fae were players in a game with humans, rather than participants in a system with different constraints. Understanding cooperation versus competition as misapplied models restores clarity. Fae encounters are neither collaborative ventures nor adversarial struggles. They are conditional intersections. Success depends on compatibility, timing, and restraint rather than strategy or dominance. In this framing, the most effective response is not alliance or resistance, but recognition of limits. Knowing when alignment exists and when it does not matters far more than attempting to win, bargain, or cooperate within systems that were never designed around human social logic in the first place. 71. Resource cycles and energy access. Many Fae-related encounters make little sense when interpreted through moral intent or social motive, but become coherent when viewed through resource cycles and energy access. These intelligences appear to operate within systems of availability, draw, and replenishment rather than desire or strategy. Interaction occurs where usable energy is present and withdraws when it is not. Energy, in this context, should not be reduced to a single concept. Attention, emotion, coherence, fear, vitality, and environmental stability all function as usable resources within layered reality. Certain states generate surplus, while others produce scarcity. Fae encounters cluster around moments when surplus briefly emerges, whether through heightened emotion, ritual focus, exhaustion, ecological balance, or liminal timing. This framing explains why some interactions feel draining while others feel neutral or even stabilizing. In extraction-aligned conditions, energy flows away from the human system, resulting in fatigue, confusion, or loss of continuity. In balanced conditions, interaction may redistribute or stabilize energy without noticeable depletion. The intelligence is not feeding in a predatory sense so much as participating in an existing flow. Myth preserved this dynamic through symbolic language of gifts, prices, offerings, and exchanges. Over time, these were moralized into bargains or punishments. Originally, they described energetic accounting. Accepting a gift altered balance. Staying too long exceeded tolerance. Leaving at the right moment preserved integrity. The stories tracked flow, not fairness. Understanding resource cycles and energy access removes unnecessary personalization from Fae encounters. These intelligences do not seek energy out of hunger or malice. They operate where access is permitted by condition. When humans enter those conditions unprepared or remain too long, depletion follows. In this framing, safety depends on managing exposure rather than resisting intent. Awareness of one's own energetic state becomes more important than interpretation of the other. The encounter is not a contest, but a momentary overlap within a system where flow, not morality, determines outcome. 72. Kings and queens as interfaces. Kings and queens appear throughout Fae lore as central figures of authority, yet treating them as literal rulers introduces more confusion than clarity. These figures function less as individuals wielding power and more as interfaces through which larger structural fields become intelligible. They personify alignment points rather than exercising governance in a human sense. Encounters involving kings or queens often carry a heightened sense of order and consequence. Rules feel absolute, boundaries feel enforced, and outcomes feel final. This has led to interpretations of sovereignty and command. In practice, these impressions reflect stabilization. The presence marks a zone where polarity, timing, and structure converge strongly enough to support sustained manifestation. Form reinforces this role. Kings and queens are typically described as composed, radiant, or immovable, rarely engaging in overt action. They do not chase, bargain, or explain. Their authority is ambient rather than performative. Interaction occurs by proximity rather than dialogue, suggesting that their function is to anchor coherence rather than direct behavior. Myth translated this stabilizing presence into familiar symbols of monarchy because hierarchy was the most accessible metaphor for unchallengeable structure. Over time, the metaphor hardened into literal courts, politics, and dynasties. What was lost was the understanding that these figures did not rule others, but marked conditions under which interaction became possible or impossible. Reframing kings and queens as interfaces restores coherence to their role. They represent points where layered reality resolves into a stable configuration, allowing other intelligences to express within defined limits. Humans encountering these figures are not meeting leaders, but standing at a structural boundary where coherence is highest and error is least tolerated. The awe, fear, or reverence reported in such encounters arises not from personality, but from proximity to a stabilizing node within the system. In this framing, the king or queen is not the power itself, but the point at which power becomes legible, holding the interface together long enough for perception to register that something vast, ordered, and impersonal has momentarily taken shape. 73. Hierarchy is a stability mechanism. Hierarchy within Fae lore is often mistaken for social dominance or political structure modeled after human systems. In practice, hierarchy functions as a stability mechanism rather than a chain of command. It describes how coherence is maintained when multiple intelligences operate within the same interface, preventing collapse through ordered constraint rather than authority. Hierarchical structures emerge most clearly in encounters where prolonged interaction is possible. Certain presences feel closer, more immediate, or more permissive, while others feel distant, heavy, or inaccessible. This stratification is not about status, but load-bearing capacity. Some nodes can sustain interaction with humans longer without destabilizing the interface, while others cannot be approached directly without consequence. This explains why encounters often involve intermediaries. Messengers, attendants, or lesser figures appear where direct contact with a central presence would overwhelm perception. Myth framed these figures as servants or lower ranks, but their function was protective. They absorbed excess instability, allowing interaction to occur without rupture. Hierarchy also regulates flow. Energy, attention, and consequence move through layers rather than erupting all at once. When hierarchy fails or is bypassed, encounters tend to become chaotic or destructive. This has been misinterpreted as rebellion or punishment, when it more accurately reflects overload caused by misalignment. Understanding hierarchy as a stability mechanism restores coherence to the structure of Fae encounters. It removes the need to imagine rigid societies or power struggles and replaces them with functional organization. Hierarchy exists because layered reality requires gradation to remain accessible. It is not about who commands whom, but about how much structure is needed to keep the interface intact. In this framing, hierarchy protects both sides of the encounter, ensuring that interaction remains possible without collapsing into confusion, fear, or harm. 74. Why humans misread allegiance. Humans routinely misread Fae behavior as allegiance because human cognition is trained to interpret patterns through social loyalty. When an intelligence appears repeatedly in one context, responds predictably, or does not cause harm, it is assumed to be aligned, friendly, or allied. This assumption collapses when applied to systems that do not organize around loyalty or preference. Fae-related intelligences operate through alignment rather than allegiance. They do not choose sides or form attachments in the human sense. They respond to conditions. When those conditions remain stable, interaction feels consistent. When conditions shift, the same intelligence may withdraw, become inaccessible, or produce harmful outcomes without warning. Humans interpret this change as betrayal, when no allegiance ever existed. Myth reinforced this misunderstanding by framing encounters in relational terms. Courts, hosts, allies, and enemies provided a familiar narrative structure. Over time, this language hardened into the belief that the Fae could be trusted if properly respected or appeased. What was lost was the insight that consistency came from coherence, not loyalty. This misreading is especially dangerous because it encourages persistence where withdrawal would be safer. Humans assume that past positive interaction guarantees future safety. In reality, alignment is temporary and conditional. Remaining engaged after conditions shift increases risk, not trust. Many of the most damaging encounters occur after prolonged familiarity, not initial contact. Understanding why humans misread allegiance restores the original caution embedded in lore. The Fae do not betray because they do not pledge. They do not switch sides because they were never aligned socially to begin with. Interaction is situational, not relational. Recognizing this distinction shifts focus away from trust and toward awareness. Safety depends on reading conditions accurately, not on assuming loyalty from intelligences that operate entirely outside human concepts of alliance, obligation, or commitment. 75. Why the court model persisted. The court model persisted because it provided a usable cognitive scaffold for experiences that resisted direct explanation. Humans understand structure most easily through social organization, especially hierarchy, roles, and authority. When encounters with the Fae produced consistent patterns of order, restriction, and consequence, the court metaphor offered a way to remember and transmit those patterns without requiring abstract systems thinking. Courts translated impersonal forces into relational imagery. Kings, queens, nobles, and hosts allowed people to conceptualize coherence, polarity, and regulation as social dynamics rather than structural conditions. This made the information accessible across literacy levels and cultures. A warning framed as, "The Queen forbids this," is easier to retain than one framed as, "This action destabilizes the interface." The model also survived because it aligned with existing power structures. As human societies became more centralized and hierarchical, the court metaphor felt increasingly natural. Religious and political authorities reinforced it, consciously or unconsciously, because it mirrored their own systems. This mutual reinforcement allowed the model to propagate even as its original meaning faded. Importantly, the court model was flexible. It could absorb contradiction without collapsing. Benevolent and dangerous behaviors could coexist under different courts. Shifting conditions could be explained as political change, rivalry, or favor. This adaptability allowed the model to survive long after experiential grounding weakened, even as accuracy declined. The court model persisted not because it was correct, but because it was functional. It preserved relational cues, boundaries, and caution in a form humans could easily navigate. While it obscured the deeper structural reality, it prevented total loss of knowledge. In this sense, the court model acted as a bridge, carrying essential patterns forward until more precise frameworks could emerge, even if the original logic was buried beneath metaphor and tradition. Part 6. Petroglyphs, Tablets, and Pre-Literate Memory. 76. Petroglyphs as nonlinear records. Petroglyphs are often approached as primitive art or symbolic decoration, yet their persistence across cultures suggests a more functional role. Rather than telling linear stories, petroglyphs operate as nonlinear records, encoding experience in a form that does not depend on language, chronology, or narrative sequence. This makes them uniquely suited to preserving encounters that resist explanation or repeatability. Unlike written records, petroglyphs do not attempt to describe events step by step. They present forms, motions, and relationships simultaneously. Spirals, concentric circles, humanoid figures, animal overlays, and abstract shapes recur globally, often carved in liminal locations such as cliffs, caves, riverbanks, and high passes. These placements mirror the same threshold environments associated with Fae encounters, suggesting that the markings were tied to experience rather than decoration. Non-linearity allows multiple meanings to coexist without conflict. A single glyph can function as warning, memory anchor, and perceptual cue all at once. The viewer does not read the image so much as recognize it. This recognition-based encoding aligns with how altered or liminal experiences are remembered, not as sequences, but as compressed impressions that resist verbal unpacking. Petroglyphs also bypass cultural drift more effectively than story. While myths mutate with language and belief, visual forms remain legible across millennia. Even when meaning is forgotten, the image retains its capacity to arrest attention and signal significance. This suggests that the creators prioritized durability of pattern over clarity of explanation. Understanding petroglyphs as nonlinear records reframes them as experiential archives rather than artistic expressions. They preserve interaction without claiming authority over interpretation. In the context of the Fae, they may represent one of the oldest attempts to record encounters without collapsing them into narrative distortion. Rather than explaining what was seen, the glyph marks that something occurred, inviting recognition rather than belief. 77. Repeating motifs across continents. One of the most compelling arguments for a shared underlying phenomenon behind Fae-related lore is the repetition of specific motifs across continents that had no known contact. Similar figures, symbols, and encounter structures appear in cultures separated by vast distances and time, often carved into stone, woven into myth, or embedded in ritual. These repetitions are too precise to be explained by coincidence alone. Common motifs include small or elongated humanoid figures, oversized eyes, hybrid human-animal forms, spirals, concentric circles, zigzag patterns, and beings emerging from or interacting with the land itself. These elements recur in petroglyphs, cave art, and early symbolic systems worldwide. While interpretations vary locally, the visual grammar remains strikingly consistent, suggesting that similar experiences were being encoded using similar perceptual language. The consistency of these motifs points toward shared constraints rather than shared culture. Human perception, when pushed beyond ordinary states, appears to resolve unfamiliar intelligences and environments into a limited set of recognizable forms. The same distortions, overlays, and symbolic compressions arise because the human nervous system encounters similar limits regardless of geography. The motifs are not copied, they are convergent. Myth carried these motifs forward when stone could not. Stories preserved the same patterns through different characters and names, adapting to local environments while retaining core features. A forest spirit in one region mirrors a mountain being in another, yet both enforce boundaries, distort time, and resist direct naming. The surface narrative changes, but the structure remains intact. Repeating motifs across continents reveal that Fae phenomena are not isolated cultural inventions, but responses to something consistently encountered at the edges of perception. These motifs function as universal markers of interface stress, recording how human awareness reacts when it brushes against layered reality. Their persistence suggests that while belief systems vary, the underlying patterns do not. What changes is the story told around the encounter, not the shape of the encounter itself. 78. Spirals, grids, and door symbols. Spirals, grids, and door-like symbols recur with remarkable consistency in petroglyphs and early symbolic systems associated with liminal experience. These forms are not decorative abstractions. They encode movement, containment, and transition in ways that linear language cannot. Their persistence suggests they were used to record how perception shifted during encounters rather than what was encountered. The spiral is the most common of these symbols and is almost universally associated with altered states. Spirals convey inward movement, recursion, and return rather than travel from one place to another. In the context of Fae-related encounters, the spiral reflects how awareness folds into itself, entering contained states without crossing physical distance. It marks immersion rather than passage, emphasizing depth over direction. Grid patterns appear less frequently but carry a different function. Grids imply structure, boundary, and segmentation. They suggest containment fields rather than flow, marking areas where reality is partitioned or stabilized. In petroglyph contexts, grids often appear near threshold locations, indicating zones where layered reality is constrained enough to hold form. These symbols communicate restriction rather than invitation. Door symbols bridge the two. Openings, arches, clefts, and framed voids appear across cultures as markers of transition. Unlike spirals, which imply internal movement, doors imply conditional access. They encode the idea that crossing requires alignment, timing, or permission. The door is never neutral. It is either open, closed, or dangerous to approach incorrectly. Together, these symbols form a visual grammar for navigating nonlinear reality. Spirals describe how consciousness moves. Grids describe where movement is constrained. Doors describe when passage is possible. These images allowed early observers to record experiential mechanics without explanation, preserving operational knowledge across time. They do not tell stories. They mark interfaces, reminding those who recognize them that reality is layered, access is conditional, and movement between states follows rules that cannot be spoken without collapsing their function. 79. Non-human humanoid forms in stone. Non-human humanoid figures carved into stone appear across continents with striking consistency. These figures resemble humans in outline but diverge in proportion, posture, and feature emphasis. Elongated limbs, enlarged heads or eyes, rigid stances, and unnatural symmetry recur repeatedly. These carvings do not appear to celebrate human identity, but to mark something that only partially fits it. What is most notable is restraint. The figures are often static, frontal, and expressionless, lacking narrative context or interaction scenes. They are not shown hunting, celebrating, or engaging in daily life. Instead, they appear posed, watching, or simply present. This suggests that the intent was not storytelling, but documentation of encounter. The form itself was the message. These humanoid shapes likely represent perceptual compression rather than literal anatomy. When human cognition encounters intelligence that does not map cleanly onto known categories, it resolves ambiguity by anchoring unfamiliar presence to the closest available template, the human form. Distortions then emerge where alignment fails. The carvings capture this mismatch, recording how something was perceived rather than what it objectively was. Their placement reinforces this interpretation. Many are found in liminal zones, cave entrances, cliff faces, river crossings, and elevated vantage points. These are environments consistently associated with altered perception and boundary instability. The figures act as markers, indicating that the location itself facilitated encounter, not that the beings lived there permanently. Non-human humanoid forms in stone function as boundary records rather than portraits. They acknowledge the presence of intelligence encountered through perception rather than observation. The carvers were not attempting realism. They were preserving recognition. These figures say only this: something aware was encountered here, it was not human, and it appeared close enough to human form to be remembered that way. What remains in stone is not depiction, but residue of contact, fixed long enough to outlast explanation while still signaling that what was seen did not belong fully to the world of ordinary human forms. 80. Scale inconsistencies in carvings. Scale inconsistencies are one of the most overlooked yet revealing features of ancient carvings associated with non-human encounters. Figures are often shown far larger or far smaller than surrounding elements, sometimes within the same panel. Humans appear diminutive beside towering forms, or conversely, oversized figures dominate landscapes in ways that defy physical proportion. These distortions are not artistic mistakes, but intentional records of perception. In altered or liminal states, scale is one of the first cognitive anchors to fail. Objects and beings may feel immense, compressed, distant, or overwhelmingly near regardless of physical distance. Ancient observers carved what they experienced, not what could be measured. Scale in these carvings reflects subjective dominance rather than literal size. A being that commanded attention or overwhelmed perception was recorded as large, even if no physical comparison was possible. In some cases, scale shifts within a single figure. Heads are exaggerated, eyes enlarged, or limbs extended beyond functional proportion. These features suggest focal overload, where specific aspects of the encounter dominated awareness. The carver preserved what mattered most in the moment of contact, allowing importance to override realism. Environmental scale distortion also appears frequently. Hills become shallow, paths compress, and spatial relationships flatten or curve unnaturally. This mirrors reports of spatial collapse in Fae encounters, where distance becomes ambiguous and movement feels altered. The carving encodes this instability, functioning as a perceptual snapshot rather than a map. Scale inconsistencies in carvings reveal that these records were never intended as literal representations of beings or places. They are experiential diagrams. Size indicates intensity, proximity, or impact on awareness rather than physical dimensions. By preserving distorted scale, ancient observers communicated something precise: reality did not behave normally here. What was encountered exceeded ordinary spatial rules, and the stone was asked to remember that distortion long after language failed to describe it. 81. Star, cube, and mirror imagery. Star, cube, and mirror imagery appear repeatedly in ancient markings, myths, and later symbolic systems associated with liminal encounter. These symbols are often treated as cosmological or theological abstractions, yet their persistence suggests a more practical role. They encode structural relationships rather than objects, describing how reality organizes, reflects, and contains experience during moments of interface. Star imagery commonly appears as radiant points, multi-pointed forms, or luminous centers. Rather than representing distant celestial bodies, stars function as markers of orientation. They signal focal awareness, convergence, or the presence of a stabilizing point within otherwise unstable perception. In encounter contexts, the star marks where attention locks, where something becomes sharply present against a diffuse background. Cube imagery introduces a different logic. The cube represents containment, boundary, and constraint. Unlike the star, which radiates, the cube encloses. When carved or symbolized, it often indicates zones where reality becomes rigid enough to hold form. The cube is not a prison, but a frame. It marks areas where layered reality resolves into stable geometry, allowing interaction without total collapse. Mirror imagery completes the triad. Mirrors encode reflection rather than duplication. They imply reversal, inversion, or correspondence across a boundary. In Fae-related contexts, mirrors signal that what is perceived is not another place entered physically, but a state reflected through consciousness. The mirror warns that engagement alters both sides, and that orientation matters more than movement. Together, star, cube, and mirror imagery form a symbolic system for navigating nonlinear reality. The star identifies where awareness converges. The cube defines where structure holds. The mirror explains why the encounter feels familiar yet wrong. These symbols do not describe beings or worlds. They describe mechanics. Their repetition across cultures suggests shared attempts to map interface conditions using the simplest visual language available, preserving structural insight long after explanation fell away. 82. Why literal translation fails. Literal translation fails because the source material was never designed to be literal in the first place. Much of what survives from Fae-related lore, petroglyphs, and early myth was encoded to preserve experience, not description. Treating these records as if they were attempting to document physical events or beings introduces errors that compound with every interpretive step. Language assumes stable objects, linear causality, and shared reference points. Fae encounters violate all three. Forms shift, time bends, and context determines outcome more than action. When language tries to lock these dynamics into nouns and timelines, it collapses the very ambiguity that made the encounter possible. What remains is a flattened story that feels inconsistent or illogical because it has been forced into an incompatible structure. Literal translation also ignores perceptual distortion. Many records describe what awareness registered under altered conditions, not what an external observer would have measured. When a being is said to be gigantic, tiny, or both, this reflects dominance within perception, not physical scale. Translating such statements as factual measurements strips them of meaning and replaces insight with contradiction. Myth, symbol, and image were chosen precisely because they resist literalism. They point without fixing. They preserve relationship without defining mechanism. When modern interpretation insists on literal truth or falsehood, it misses the operational layer entirely. The material was never meant to answer what something was, only how it behaved, when it appeared, and what consequences followed engagement. Why literal translation fails ultimately comes down to category error. These records are not primitive science texts or fictional narratives. They are interface maps encoded in human usable form. Reading them literally is like treating a weather warning as a geological report. The value lies not in factual precision, but in pattern recognition. When interpretation shifts from asking, "Is this true?" to asking, "What does this preserve?" coherence returns. The contradictions dissolve, and what once appeared as superstition begins to resolve into a consistent record of how humans repeatedly encountered something that could not be safely reduced to words. 83. The role of the scribe. The scribe's role in Fae-related tradition was never to explain reality, but to preserve its edges. Scribes existed where direct experience could not be stabilized, tasked with recording what could be remembered without attempting to resolve what could not be understood. Their function was restraint as much as transmission, ensuring that knowledge survived without inviting misuse. Unlike priests or scholars, scribes did not claim authority over meaning. They documented patterns, repetitions, and boundaries while avoiding definitive interpretation. This allowed the material to remain flexible across generations. When belief systems shifted, the record could be recontextualized without being discarded. The scribe preserved form without forcing conclusion. Accuracy, for the scribe, did not mean factual literalism. It meant fidelity to experience. If perception fractured, the record reflected fragmentation. If scale distorted, distortion was preserved. If contradiction appeared, contradiction remained unresolved. The scribe resisted the impulse to smooth, moralize, or rationalize, understanding that coherence might exist at a level language could not reach. Mythological scribes often appear invisible within the story, yet their influence is unmistakable. The persistence of warnings without explanation, symbols without gloss, and repetitions without justification reflects deliberate choice. The scribe protected the material by refusing to overinterpret it, allowing later generations to encounter the pattern fresh rather than inherit a closed system. The role of the scribe remains relevant. To document the Fae is not to declare belief or disbelief, but to hold space for complexity without collapse. The modern scribe faces the same challenge as the ancient one: how to preserve encounters that resist taxonomy without turning them into fiction or doctrine. The task is not to solve the mystery, but to ensure that the boundary remains visible, that the warning endures, and that the door is neither forced open nor erased entirely. 84. Memory preservation without language. Before language could reliably carry complex experiential knowledge, memory had to be preserved through means that did not depend on words. Gesture, image, place, repetition, and embodied behavior served as primary storage systems. These methods allowed memory to persist even when explanation was impossible or dangerous. In the context of the Fae, this form of preservation was essential, as encounters often destabilized speech, sequence, and recall. Embodied memory played a central role. People remembered what to avoid through posture, ritual hesitation, or inherited reflex rather than articulated rules. A path not taken, a silence held at a threshold, or a gesture repeated at a boundary carried instruction without explanation. These behaviors encoded memory directly into action, bypassing the need for narrative clarity. Place itself functioned as memory. Locations associated with encounters retained meaning through avoidance, reverence, or altered behavior long after the original experience faded. The land became the archive. Stones were marked, paths diverted, and boundaries respected not because stories were told, but because the place itself triggered remembrance. Recognition replaced recall. Repetition reinforced these non-verbal memories. Seasonal return to the same site, the same gesture, or the same restriction refreshed the encoding. Memory did not rely on individual lifespan, but on collective reenactment. As long as the behavior continued, the knowledge survived, even if its origin was forgotten. Memory preservation without language explains how Fae-related knowledge endured through periods of cultural collapse, migration, and linguistic change. It did not survive as explanation, but as pattern embedded in movement, place, and restraint. This form of memory is fragile in modern contexts because it requires participation rather than belief. Yet it remains powerful, reminding us that some knowledge was never meant to be spoken, only recognized, enacted, and passed on through quiet continuity rather than words. 85. Ritual as an access protocol. Ritual functioned not as worship or superstition, but as an access protocol designed to regulate interaction with unstable layers of reality. It provided a repeatable structure that aligned attention, environment, and behavior in ways that made encounter possible without collapse. The power of ritual lay not in belief, but in precision. When performed correctly, it created conditions under which perception could shift safely. Ritual standardized timing, posture, movement, and restraint. These elements reduced unpredictability by narrowing variables. Entering a space at a specific time, following a prescribed path, or maintaining silence were not symbolic gestures. They were operational requirements. Deviating from them increased the likelihood of disorientation, fear, or loss of coherence. Importantly, ritual also limited duration. Many rites were intentionally brief or bounded by clear endpoints. This prevented prolonged exposure, which was often associated with harm. The exit mattered as much as the entry. Closing gestures, reversals, or departures were integral, ensuring that the interface disengaged cleanly rather than lingering unpredictably. As direct understanding faded, ritual hardened into tradition. Actions continued while their original function was forgotten. What remained was the form without the mechanism. This led later observers to mistake ritual for religious devotion rather than controlled access. The protocol survived, but its purpose became obscured. Ritual as an access protocol reveals that early cultures approached liminal encounter with caution rather than curiosity. They did not seek mastery or conquest, but survivable contact. Ritual provided a way to approach the boundary without crossing blindly. In the context of the Fae, ritual was not an invitation to beings, but a method of aligning oneself just enough to perceive without being pulled beyond return. 86. Why these symbols persist. These symbols persist because they are not tied to belief, but to function. Symbols that survive across millennia do so because they continue to work at the level of human perception, regardless of cultural interpretation. Even when their original meaning is forgotten, they still trigger recognition, caution, or orientation. This persistence signals that the symbols encode something structurally real rather than conceptually imagined. Symbols outlast language because they bypass explanation. A spiral, a threshold mark, or a mirrored form does not need translation to affect awareness. The nervous system responds directly. Attention shifts, curiosity pauses, or unease emerges without conscious reasoning. This makes symbols ideal carriers of knowledge in contexts where verbal explanation would either fail or invite danger. Another reason for persistence is adaptability. Symbols can be reinterpreted without losing function. A spiral may become a solar symbol, a life sign, or an artistic motif, yet it still carries the same perceptual weight. This flexibility allows symbols to move through religions, empires, and worldviews intact, even as surface meaning changes completely. Symbols also persist because they are anchored to place. When carved into stone, aligned with landscape, or embedded in ritual movement, they become inseparable from environment. The symbol is reinforced each time the place is encountered. Memory does not reside in the mind alone, but in repeated physical relationship with the world. Ultimately, these symbols endure because they sit at the intersection of perception and reality. They are reminders left by earlier observers who understood that explanation would fail, but recognition might not. The symbols persist not to be decoded, but to be noticed. Their survival suggests that whatever prompted their creation has not vanished entirely, only receded to layers of experience where language still struggles, but pattern continues to speak. 87. Sacred sites as interface nodes. Sacred sites functioned as interface nodes where conditions consistently aligned to allow interaction between layered realities. These locations were not chosen arbitrarily, nor were they made sacred by belief alone. They were recognized because something reliably occurred there. The site itself stabilized perception, making encounter more likely, repeatable, or survivable. Such locations often sit at natural thresholds. Caves, springs, hilltops, river crossings, ancient forests, and fault lines recur because they already disrupt ordinary sensory expectation. Light behaves differently, sound carries strangely, and orientation becomes uncertain. These environmental factors reduce perceptual rigidity, allowing awareness to shift without deliberate effort. Over time, repeated encounters anchored memory to place. The site became marked, protected, or avoided. Rituals developed not to summon phenomena, but to regulate exposure. Stones were arranged, paths defined, and prohibitions enforced to prevent accidental or prolonged engagement. The landscape itself became part of the protocol. Sacred sites also acted as buffers. Concentrating encounters in specific locations reduced risk elsewhere. People learned where interaction was possible and where it was not. This localization protected daily life from constant disruption while preserving access points for those trained or prepared to approach them deliberately. Understanding sacred sites as interface nodes removes mysticism without removing significance. These places mattered because they worked. They were stable points in an otherwise unstable system, allowing limited interaction without collapse. The reverence that grew around them was a response to function, not superstition. Even now, long after belief systems have shifted, these sites retain their charge because the conditions that shaped them have not entirely disappeared. They remain nodes where reality thins, whether recognized consciously or not. 88. Land as archive. The land itself functioned as one of humanity's oldest and most reliable archives, storing memory not through symbols alone, but through continued interaction. Long before written language, terrain preserved knowledge by shaping behavior. Certain places were avoided, approached cautiously, or treated with ritual care because repeated experience had taught that something occurred there. The land remembered by enforcing response. Unlike written records, the land does not degrade with time in the same way. A cliff face, a spring, or a forest edge continues to behave as it always has. Light falls the same way. Sound carries the same way. Orientation remains subtly altered. These environmental consistencies allow memory to persist even when explanation disappears. The archive does not need to be read. It only needs to be entered. Markers such as petroglyphs, cairns, or altered paths did not create meaning. They pointed to it. They signaled that the land itself held something worth noting or avoiding. Over generations, people no longer remembered why a place mattered, only that it did. The instruction survived as posture, hesitation, or reverence rather than narrative. This archival function explains why many Fae encounters remain location-bound across centuries. The intelligence is not stored in the land, but the conditions that allow interface are. The terrain preserves alignment. When humans return under similar conditions, perception shifts again. The archive reactivates without needing to be accessed consciously. Land as archive reframes memory as relational rather than informational. Knowledge is not stored in data, but in repeated response between environment and awareness. This form of preservation is resilient but fragile. It requires presence rather than belief. As modern life detaches humans from direct engagement with land, access to this archive diminishes. Yet it is not erased. The record remains embedded in stone, water, and threshold, waiting for attention to slow enough to register that the world itself has been remembering something all along. 89. The loss of interpretive literacy. Interpretive literacy refers to the ability to read patterns, symbols, and environmental cues without requiring explicit explanation. Earlier cultures were trained in this mode of perception from childhood. Meaning was inferred through repetition, context, and embodied experience rather than extracted through analysis. This literacy allowed people to navigate layered reality without needing formal theory or belief. As societies shifted toward abstraction, central authority, and textual dominance, this skill eroded. Meaning became something delivered rather than discovered. Symbols were expected to explain themselves. Places were stripped of context. What could not be categorized or proven was dismissed. The result was not increased clarity, but a narrowing of perception that left many older records unreadable. This loss is evident in how modern observers approach myth, petroglyphs, and folklore. Symbols are treated as puzzles to be solved rather than signals to be recognized. Stories are analyzed for origin rather than function. Without interpretive literacy, the material appears inconsistent, irrational, or purely imaginative because its operational layer is no longer accessible. Interpretive literacy also depended on patience and restraint. Understanding emerged slowly through exposure, not instruction. Modern environments reward speed, certainty, and explanation, leaving little room for ambiguity. This makes it difficult to hold unresolved meaning long enough for pattern to reveal itself. The skill is not gone entirely, but it is underused and undervalued. The loss of interpretive literacy does not mean the knowledge vanished. It means the interface between record and reader collapsed. The symbols, stories, and sites remain intact, but the ability to read them has faded. Restoring this literacy does not require new belief systems, only a return to attentiveness, context, and tolerance for uncertainty. Without it, the archive remains closed not because it is hidden, but because the key is no longer recognized as something humans once carried naturally. Part 7. Suppression, Distortion, and Collapse. 90. Pagan intelligence versus central authority. Pagan intelligence developed in environments where knowledge was distributed, local, and experiential rather than centralized or doctrinal. Understanding emerged through interaction with land, season, and repeated encounter rather than through fixed texts or hierarchical enforcement. This mode of intelligence valued adaptability, attentiveness, and contextual awareness over uniform belief. Central authority operates on the opposite principle. It requires standardization, repeatability, and control of interpretation. Ambiguity becomes a threat because it cannot be regulated. As centralized systems expanded, forms of knowledge that relied on personal perception and local variation were increasingly suppressed or reclassified as dangerous, irrational, or heretical. Fae-related knowledge suffered under this shift because it could not be systematized. Encounters varied by location, timing, and individual sensitivity. No single authority could verify or manage them. Rather than tolerate decentralized understanding, central institutions reframed these experiences as superstition, delusion, or moral failure. What could not be governed was denied legitimacy. This conflict reshaped myth and practice. Rituals were outlawed or absorbed into sanctioned frameworks. Sacred sites were repurposed, destroyed, or stripped of function. Local intelligences were demonized or trivialized, severing the relationship between land and perception. The result was not enlightenment, but disconnection from nonlinear forms of knowing. Pagan intelligence versus central authority is not a clash of belief systems, but of epistemologies. One values lived pattern and responsiveness. The other values control and consistency. The loss incurred was not merely cultural, but perceptual. As authority centralized meaning, it narrowed the range of acceptable experience. What survived did so in fragments, hidden in folklore, symbol, and place, waiting for a mode of intelligence capable of engaging reality without demanding it conform to a single, enforceable narrative. 91. Church reclassification campaigns. As centralized religious authority expanded, one of its most effective tools was reclassification rather than outright erasure. Experiences, beings, and practices that could not be eliminated were renamed, reframed, and absorbed into an imposed moral taxonomy. This process allowed the Church to retain control over interpretation while neutralizing competing frameworks of understanding. Fae-related phenomena were particularly vulnerable to this strategy because they lacked centralized doctrine. Local encounters, land-bound intelligences, and nonlinear experiences could not be standardized. Rather than deny their existence entirely, they were recoded as demons, fallen spirits, illusions, or temptations. This reframing preserved the experience while stripping it of autonomy and legitimacy. Reclassification also severed knowledge from environment. Once an encounter was labeled demonic, the land itself was no longer meaningful. Sacred sites became dangerous places associated with sin rather than interface. Ritual became superstition. Perceptual sensitivity became vulnerability to deception. This allowed authority to relocate meaning from landscape and experience to text and institution. The campaign was systematic but uneven. In some regions, older classifications survived beneath the surface, creating hybrid folklore where beings were both feared and respected. In others, the new taxonomy dominated completely, resulting in total loss of functional understanding. What remained was fear without context and prohibition without explanation. Church reclassification campaigns did not eliminate Fae-related phenomena. They eliminated interpretive agency. By controlling language, authority controlled perception. Encounters still occurred, but without a framework that allowed them to be understood safely. This created a cultural blind spot where experience persisted but meaning could not. The result was not clarity, but confusion, leaving behind distorted myths and warnings detached from their original purpose, yet still potent enough to unsettle those who encountered them without knowing why. 92. Spirits to demons to fiction. The progression from spirits to demons to fiction marks a gradual narrowing of interpretive tolerance rather than a disappearance of the underlying phenomena. Early classifications treated non-human intelligences as part of the environment. They were neither moral arbiters nor enemies, but forces to be navigated. As centralized authority expanded, this neutrality became unacceptable. What could not be governed had to be redefined. The first shift reframed spirits as demons. This moral inversion transformed conditional forces into willful adversaries. Encounters that once reflected misalignment or boundary violation were recast as attacks or temptations. The change discouraged engagement not through understanding, but through fear and prohibition. Interpretation became centralized, and local experiential knowledge lost legitimacy. Over time, even the demon category became unstable. As belief in literal demons declined under scientific and cultural pressure, the phenomena could no longer be sustained within a moral framework. Rather than being reevaluated, they were dismissed. What had once been spirits, then demons, became hallucinations, superstition, or imagination. The experience remained, but its classification collapsed. Fiction became the final containment strategy. By relocating these beings into stories explicitly labeled unreal, culture neutralized their impact without needing to explain them. Fiction allowed symbolic residue to persist while severing any claim to reality. This made the material safe, entertaining, and dismissible all at once. This progression did not track increased accuracy. It tracked reduced tolerance for ambiguity. Each step moved the phenomena further from lived reality and deeper into abstraction. Spirits allowed coexistence. Demons enforced avoidance. Fiction erased relevance. What was lost was not belief, but literacy. The underlying encounters did not require moral judgment or dismissal. They required contextual understanding. By moving from spirit to demon to fiction, culture avoided grappling with forces that resisted control, leaving behind stories that still echo something real, even as their original function was quietly stripped away. 93. Iron, bells, and disruption tools. Iron, bells, and similar objects appear repeatedly in Fae lore as protective or disruptive elements. These were never magical in the sense of invoking power, but functional tools that altered interface conditions. Their effectiveness lies not in symbolism, but in how they interfere with coherence, attention, and resonance during encounters. Iron is consistently described as repellent or destabilizing. Rather than harming beings directly, it appears to disrupt the environmental conditions that allow manifestation. Iron introduces rigidity, density, and grounding into situations where fluidity and ambiguity are required. Its presence sharpens boundaries, collapses liminal states, and forces perception back into ordinary alignment. This is why iron is effective without intent. It does not threaten, it interrupts. Bells and sharp sounds operate differently but serve a similar function. Sudden, structured noise breaks perceptual absorption. It interrupts trance, disperses focus, and reasserts linear time. In encounters where awareness begins to slip into recursive or layered states, sound acts as a reset mechanism. The bell does not drive anything away. It re-enters the human. Other disruption tools follow the same logic. Firelight, sudden movement, spoken names, and abrupt changes in posture all appear in lore as ways to end encounters. These actions introduce unpredictability or specificity where openness and continuity are required. The interface collapses not because it is attacked, but because its conditions are no longer met. Over time, these tools were mythologized as weapons or charms, obscuring their practical role. What was once understood as environmental interference became framed as supernatural defense. The distinction matters. These tools do not dominate or defeat intelligences. They deny access by destabilizing the interface itself. Iron, bells, and disruption tools reveal a crucial insight: Fae encounters are fragile. They depend on sustained alignment rather than force. Breaking that alignment ends the encounter. Protection, in this context, is not resistance but interruption. The tools work because they restore ordinary structure faster than the encounter can adapt, returning perception to a state where layered interaction cannot be maintained. 94. Industrialization as dimensional severance. Industrialization did not merely transform economies and landscapes. It altered the conditions under which perception itself operated. The environments that once supported liminal awareness were systematically dismantled, replacing variability, silence, and rhythm with uniformity, noise, and constant motion. This shift did not disprove the existence of layered reality. It severed access to it. Pre-industrial environments contained natural pauses. Darkness, seasonal labor cycles, silence, and physical exhaustion created openings in attention. These conditions allowed perception to soften and reconfigure. Industrial systems removed those pauses. Artificial lighting erased night. Machinery replaced rhythm with constant stimulation. Time became segmented, measured, and enforced rather than experienced. The perceptual bandwidth required for nonlinear encounter collapsed. Land was also transformed from interface to resource. Forests were cleared, rivers constrained, hills leveled, and sacred sites repurposed or destroyed. The terrain lost its capacity to stabilize altered states. What once functioned as an archive and access point became inert. Even where the land remains, its contextual integrity has been fractured beyond recognition. Human cognition adapted accordingly. Attention became externally driven, fragmented, and task-oriented. The inner stillness required to register subtle shifts was replaced with continuous input. Encounters that might once have stabilized now fail to register at all, dismissed as fatigue, imagination, or stress before coherence can form. Industrialization as dimensional severance explains why Phi-related phenomena appear to retreat in modern accounts. The intelligences did not vanish. The interface did. By reshaping environment, time, and attention simultaneously, industrial systems closed the conditions that allowed layered reality to be perceived safely. What remains are fragments, echoes, and occasional breaches, not because the boundary no longer exists, but because modern life is structured to prevent it from ever opening long enough to be noticed. 95. Academic materialism as blindfold. Academic materialism functions less as a neutral methodology and more as a perceptual blindfold when applied outside its proper domain. Its strength lies in analyzing repeatable, measurable phenomena, but it fails when confronted with conditional, experiential, or nonlinear events. When this framework is treated as the only valid lens, entire categories of human experience are dismissed before they can be examined. Phi-related phenomena fall directly into this blind spot. They do not present consistently, cannot be summoned at will, and often collapse under observation. Materialism interprets this instability as evidence of non-existence rather than as a clue about access conditions. The framework assumes that what cannot be isolated or replicated does not warrant serious inquiry, effectively filtering out anything that resists control. This blindfold is reinforced institutionally. Academic credibility depends on conformity to accepted models. Researchers are incentivized to avoid topics that risk reputational damage, regardless of evidential complexity. As a result, anomalous experiences are fragmented across disciplines or reduced to pathology, folklore, or cognitive error, preventing integrated understanding from forming. Materialism also mistakes explanation for comprehension. Assigning a neurological correlate to an experience does not exhaust its meaning. Mapping brain activity during perception does not explain what perception encountered. The blindfold appears when correlation is treated as closure, shutting down inquiry precisely where it should deepen. Academic materialism as blindfold does not imply deception or malice. It reflects a tool applied beyond its limits. When the method becomes ideology, it replaces curiosity with dismissal. The result is not clarity, but enforced ignorance. The phenomena once labeled Phi did not vanish under scrutiny. They were excluded by definition. Removing the blindfold does not require abandoning rigor, only recognizing that some aspects of reality cannot be approached through measurement alone. Without that recognition, inquiry remains trapped within a narrow corridor, mistaking the absence of evidence for evidence of absence, and confusing methodological convenience with truth. 96. Victorian infantilization. Victorian culture played a decisive role in reshaping Fae lore by reframing it through sentimentality, moral instruction, and childhood innocence. This period did not erase the material outright. Instead, it softened and domesticated it, transforming what had once been dangerous, boundary-enforcing knowledge into harmless fantasy suitable for polite society. As industrialization accelerated and scientific rationalism gained dominance, older forms of knowledge became embarrassing rather than threatening. The Victorian solution was containment through infantilization. Fairies were reduced in size, danger was replaced with charm, and unpredictability became playfulness. What could not be reconciled with modern sensibility was made cute. This transformation served a psychological function. By associating Fae lore with children, imagination, and nursery tales, adults were relieved of the responsibility to engage with it seriously. The material could persist without challenging dominant worldviews. Fear was replaced with whimsy. Warning became entertainment. The encounter was stripped of consequence. Victorian literature cemented this shift. Illustrations emphasized fragility and beauty. Stories removed violence, time loss, and irreversible change. Even when darker elements remained, they were framed as moral lessons rather than structural hazards. The Fae were no longer forces to be navigated, but characters to be enjoyed. Victorian infantilization represents one of the final stages of cultural neutralization. The knowledge survived, but its teeth were removed. What had once taught restraint now encouraged curiosity without caution. In doing so, the period ensured that future generations would inherit the symbols without the literacy to read them properly. The Fae became safe not because the phenomena were harmless, but because culture had decided they must no longer matter. 97. The death of ecological awareness. The death of ecological awareness did not occur when humans stopped believing in spirits. It occurred when land was reduced from a living system to a passive backdrop. Earlier cultures understood environment as responsive, layered, and communicative. Attention to weather, terrain, animal behavior, and seasonal shift was not romantic reverence, but practical literacy. Survival depended on reading subtle signals embedded in the world itself. Fae-related knowledge was inseparable from this awareness. Encounters clustered where ecosystems were intact and rhythms remained legible. Forest edges, wetlands, hills, and waterways were not symbolic locations. They were dynamic systems whose complexity supported altered perception. When humans lived inside these systems, awareness remained calibrated to their changes. Industrial expansion fractured this relationship. Land became segmented, managed, and optimized. Noise replaced silence. Artificial boundaries replaced natural ones. The feedback loop between human attention and environment collapsed. Without ecological attunement, the signals that once preceded encounter went unnoticed. What had been anticipated became startling, and what had been navigated became feared or dismissed. This loss reshaped cognition. Humans stopped listening to land and began imposing order upon it. Knowledge shifted inward, abstracted from place. As a result, experiences that depended on environmental alignment lost context. Encounters still occurred, but without ecological framing they appeared random, internal, or pathological. The death of ecological awareness severed one of the primary bridges between human perception and layered reality. It was not the end of encounter, but the end of comprehension. Without the ability to read land as a living system, humans lost the capacity to recognize when reality itself was shifting. What remains is a world still speaking, but a culture no longer trained to hear it. 98. Why belief became dangerous. Belief became dangerous when it replaced attentiveness. In earlier contexts, interaction with the Fae was governed by observation, restraint, and responsiveness rather than conviction. One did not believe in these phenomena in an abstract sense. One noticed patterns, adjusted behavior, and avoided unnecessary exposure. Belief was irrelevant. What mattered was alignment with conditions. As interpretive literacy declined, belief filled the gap left by understanding. Instead of reading environment and timing, people clung to fixed explanations. Belief hardened fluid phenomena into static truths, encouraging certainty where uncertainty had once provided safety. This shift transformed adaptive caution into rigid expectation, increasing risk rather than reducing it. Belief also encouraged persistence. When experience is framed as proof of doctrine, withdrawal feels like failure. Individuals remain engaged longer than conditions allow, attempting to validate belief through repeated contact. Many destructive encounters in later lore occur after prolonged engagement driven by conviction rather than awareness. The danger was not curiosity, but insistence. Institutions further amplified this risk by rewarding belief over perception. To believe correctly became more important than to observe accurately. Experience that contradicted doctrine was dismissed or forced into compliance with accepted narratives. This severed feedback loops that once allowed individuals to recalibrate behavior in response to changing conditions. Why belief became dangerous lies in its resistance to correction. Attentiveness adapts. Belief persists. In systems governed by conditional access, persistence without adjustment leads to collapse. The original knowledge surrounding the Fae never required faith. It required humility before uncertainty. When belief replaced that humility, it turned a navigational framework into a trap, convincing humans they understood what they had only ever learned to approach carefully. 99. The breaking of reciprocity. Reciprocity was once the central regulating principle governing interaction between humans and non-human intelligences. It did not imply fairness, kindness, or mutual benefit in a moral sense. It described balance. Actions produced responses, and continued access depended on proportional exchange. When reciprocity held, interaction remained stable. When it broke, consequences followed automatically. Early traditions understood this intuitively. Taking without acknowledgement, overstaying, naming without permission, or ignoring exit conditions disrupted balance. The response was not punishment, but correction. Access closed. Perception destabilized. Harm occurred not because rules were broken, but because equilibrium failed. Reciprocity maintained coherence by preventing one-sided extraction or intrusion. As interpretive literacy declined, reciprocity was misunderstood as transaction or appeasement. Offerings became bribes. Ritual became obligation. What had once been situational balance hardened into superstition. This misunderstanding encouraged excess. People gave too much, took too much, or demanded results, eroding the subtle feedback loops that once regulated interaction. Industrial and centralized systems accelerated this breakdown. Land was extracted without response. Time was consumed without pause. Attention was taken without replenishment. Humans trained themselves out of reciprocal relationship with environment, replacing responsiveness with entitlement. This cognitive shift carried into all domains, including encounters once governed by restraint. The breaking of reciprocity explains why later Fae encounters feel harsher, rarer, or more chaotic than earlier accounts. The system did not become hostile. Humans lost the ability to maintain balance. When reciprocity collapsed, interaction shifted from regulated overlap to uncontrolled exposure. What had once been navigable became dangerous not because the other side changed, but because one side forgot how to give back, withdraw, and listen. Reciprocity was never about pleasing unseen forces. It was about sustaining a relationship with conditions that could not be dominated. When that understanding broke, access remained possible, but stability did not. 100. Silence as a survival strategy. Silence appears repeatedly in Fae-related lore not as reverence, fear, or submission, but as a practical survival strategy. Silence preserves ambiguity, and ambiguity is often the condition that allows an encounter to remain non-destructive. Speaking fixes attention, defines roles, and collapses fluid states into rigid ones. In environments governed by conditional access, this collapse can be dangerous. Many accounts emphasize remaining quiet when presence is sensed. Not calling out, not asking questions, not naming what is perceived. This restraint is not politeness. It prevents premature stabilization of perception. Speech pulls experience into linear sequence and social framing, which disrupts nonlinear alignment. Silence allows perception to register without forcing interpretation. Silence also protects memory. Speaking during or immediately after an encounter often fragments recall, replacing experience with narrative. Early cultures understood that recounting too soon distorted what was remembered. Silence created a buffer, allowing impressions to settle before being compressed into symbol or story. What could not be spoken cleanly was preserved by not speaking at all. Myth framed silence as taboo because explanation was unnecessary and risky. Those who spoke broke alignment. Those who stayed quiet passed through unharmed. Over time, This became moralized or romanticized, obscuring its function. Silence was not obedience, it was precision. Silence as a survival strategy reflects deep understanding of how perception interacts with layered reality. It acknowledges that not all experiences benefit from articulation. Some require space, restraint, and non-interference to resolve safely. In this framing, silence is not absence. It is active containment. It holds the boundary intact long enough for the encounter to pass without collapse. What survives is not understanding, but continuity, which was always the true measure of success. 101. Why the old lore hid itself. Old lore did not hide itself out of secrecy or elitism. It hid because remaining visible became dangerous. As interpretive literacy declined and centralized authority hardened acceptable frameworks of knowledge, anything that resisted clear classification drew suspicion. What could not be explained cleanly was targeted, distorted, or destroyed. Survival required withdrawal rather than confrontation. Hiding occurred through fragmentation. Knowledge was broken into stories, symbols, children's tales, superstitions, and place-based habits rather than preserved as a unified system. Each fragment appeared harmless on its own. Together, they retained function for those capable of reassembling the pattern. This distributed form of preservation reduced the risk of total eradication. Lore also hid through ambiguity. Clear instructions were replaced with warnings. Mechanisms were replaced with metaphor. This made the material resilient to hostile interpretation. What could not be pinned down could not be prosecuted or systematically dismantled. Ambiguity functioned as camouflage, allowing knowledge to pass unnoticed through hostile cultural environments. Another layer of hiding came through inversion. What was once serious became playful. What was once dangerous became cute. What was once practical became fictional. These shifts disarmed scrutiny while preserving structure beneath the surface. The lore survived by becoming underestimated. The old lore hid itself because visibility invited misuse as much as suppression. When people approached these patterns seeking power, certainty, or domination, harm followed. By retreating into symbol and story, the knowledge protected both itself and those who might encounter it without restraint. What appears today as loss is closer to dormancy. The lore did not vanish. It folded inward, waiting for conditions where attentiveness, humility, and interpretive capacity could return without forcing the knowledge into forms that would break it again. 102. What was lost culturally? What was lost culturally was not belief in the Fae, but a mode of relationship with reality that valued attentiveness over control. Earlier cultures did not seek mastery of unseen forces. They learned to coexist with uncertainty, to read conditions, and to withdraw when alignment failed. This orientation fostered humility, patience, and situational intelligence. When it disappeared, it was replaced by abstraction and dominance rather than understanding. The loss also included shared perceptual literacy. Communities once trained individuals to recognize liminal states collectively. Knowledge was distributed across people, places, and practices rather than centralized in doctrine. When this network dissolved, experience became isolated. Encounters that once could be contextualized communally were now faced alone, stripped of guidance and meaning. Culturally, restraint was replaced with entitlement. The assumption that everything should be accessible, explainable, and usable undermined older boundaries. Sacred became resource. Thresholds became obstacles. Silence became ignorance. This shift eroded respect for limits, encouraging intrusion where withdrawal would have preserved balance. Another loss was temporal depth. Older cultures understood that not all knowledge belonged to the present moment. Some things unfolded across generations. Modern culture demands immediacy, compressing meaning into short cycles of relevance. As a result, slow knowledge faded, including wisdom that required patience, repetition, and lived experience to unfold. What was lost culturally cannot be restored by reviving myths or beliefs alone. It was a way of inhabiting the world, a posture of listening rather than asserting, a willingness to accept that some aspects of reality cannot be dominated without consequence. The loss is still felt as unease, disconnection, and hunger for meaning. These are not signs that the old knowledge was false, but that something essential was removed when humanity traded relational awareness for certainty and speed, forgetting how to stand quietly at the edge of things without needing to step across. 103. What was preserved subconsciously? Although much of the original interpretive framework surrounding the Fae was lost, a surprising amount was preserved at the subconscious level. What survived did not remain as articulated knowledge, but as instinct, unease, attraction, and behavioral bias. These remnants persist because they were encoded below language, embedded in response rather than belief. People still hesitate at thresholds without knowing why. Forest edges at dusk, abandoned paths, deep water, and old structures trigger caution disproportionate to rational risk. These reactions are not learned through instruction. They arise spontaneously, suggesting inherited pattern recognition rather than cultural teaching. The warning remains even when the story is gone. Subconscious preservation also appears in recurring dream imagery and imaginative fixation. Many individuals report similar figures, environments, or sensations despite no shared exposure to specific myths. The forms vary, but the emotional tone and structural dynamics repeat. This indicates that what was preserved was not narrative, but perceptual configuration. The mind still knows how certain encounters feel, even if it no longer knows what to call them. Children often display this preservation most clearly. Their play, fears, and imaginative companions frequently mirror older symbolic patterns before cultural correction suppresses them. This is not evidence of fantasy replacing reason, but of unfiltered perception briefly accessing patterns that adults have learned to ignore or rationalize away. What was preserved subconsciously was not knowledge of beings, but knowledge of boundaries. When to stop, when to turn back, when silence feels safer than speech. These instincts endure because they were never conceptual to begin with. They were adaptive responses shaped by repeated interaction with conditions that no longer dominate daily life, but have not vanished entirely. The subconscious carries what culture abandoned, quietly maintaining a memory of how to navigate uncertainty even when the conscious mind insists that nothing is there. 104. Why the stories returned. The stories returned because the conditions that buried them never fully erased the underlying experiences. Suppression removed language, legitimacy, and shared context, but it did not remove perception itself. When cultural pressure eased and centralized narratives began to fracture, the old material resurfaced, not as belief, but as pattern recognition seeking expression again. Modern fragmentation played a key role. As institutional certainty weakened, individuals were left to navigate meaning without inherited frameworks. Experiences once filtered out began to surface as dreams, intuitions, synchronicities, and anomalous encounters. Without official language to contain them, people reached backward into myth, folklore, and story, not to believe, but to orient themselves. The return was also driven by environmental tension, ecological instability, technological saturation, and cognitive overload recreated conditions of liminality in new forms. Disruption loosened perception, anxiety widened attention, silence returned in moments of collapse. These states mirror older thresholds where encounter once clustered, allowing the same patterns to reappear even in altered contexts. Importantly, the stories did not return intact. They emerged fragmented, reinterpreted, and often stripped of authority. Fantasy, fiction, and entertainment became acceptable containers where older structures could move without triggering rejection. This mirrors earlier hiding strategies, but in reverse. The material returned disguised as creativity rather than warning. Why the stories returned is not because humanity chose to remember, but because forgetting reached its limit. When systems built on certainty began to fail, older ways of understanding uncertainty resurfaced. The stories returned not as answers, but as tools for navigating instability. They reappeared because they still function. Not as literal truth, but as maps for experiences that modern frameworks cannot fully explain, yet can no longer successfully ignore. Part 8. Modern Theoretical Models. 105. Consciousness-first cosmology. A consciousness-first cosmology reverses the modern assumption that awareness emerges from matter. Instead, it treats consciousness as the primary field within which matter, time, and structure arise. This orientation aligns closely with older frameworks that never separated mind from world. Perception was not a byproduct of reality. It was the means by which reality organized itself into experience. Within this model, the Fae are not entities occupying hidden locations, but expressions of differentiated consciousness encountered under specific conditions. They appear when awareness intersects itself across layers, producing forms that feel external while remaining rooted in perception. This explains why encounters resist physical containment yet feel undeniably real. The experience occurs within consciousness, but not solely within the individual. A consciousness-first framework also accounts for inconsistency. If matter were primary, stable form would dominate. Instead, form shifts, fragments, or dissolves based on attention, emotion, timing, and environment. These variables make sense only if awareness itself is the medium through which encounter occurs. The Fae appear not as objects, but as configurations within a shared perceptual field. This cosmology dissolves the false divide between internal and external. What is perceived is not imaginary, but relational. Consciousness encounters patterns that do not belong exclusively to the self, yet cannot exist independently of awareness. This relational space is where Fae lore resides, neither hallucination nor physical being, but something in between that requires participation to manifest. Consciousness-first cosmology restores coherence to the material without requiring belief. It does not ask whether the Fae are real in a material sense. It asks how reality behaves when awareness is treated as fundamental. In this framing, encounters are not anomalies. They are expected outcomes of a layered system where consciousness precedes form. The old lore did not mistake fantasy for truth. It operated within a model modern thought abandoned, one that placed awareness at the root of existence and understood that what appears depends on how, when, and with what conditions consciousness turns toward itself. 106. The Mirror Reality Hypothesis. The mirror reality hypothesis proposes that what humans encounter as the Fae does not originate from a distant place or separate universe, but from a reflective layer of the same underlying reality. This layer is not a duplicate world running in parallel, but a mirrored state produced when consciousness folds back on itself under specific conditions. The encounter feels external because the reflection is not recognized as self-originating, yet it is not purely internal either. In a mirror model, reality does not split spatially. It inverts structurally. Orientation, causality, and identity behave differently, producing experiences that feel familiar but wrong. Time may compress or loop. Forms resemble known categories but fail to stabilize. Language struggles because the encounter is not additive, but reflective. What appears as reality seen through itself, distorted by recursion rather than distance. This explains why Fae encounters often feel personal without being psychological projections. The mirror does not create content. It reveals configuration. Fear, curiosity, reverence, and attention shape what is reflected, but they do not invent it. The reflection responds to state, not intention, producing intelligences that feel responsive without being socially interactive. The mirror hypothesis also accounts for why these encounters resist technological capture. Mirrors do not hold images independently. They require presence and alignment. When attention shifts or coherence breaks, the reflection disappears instantly. This makes the phenomena seem elusive or deceptive when interpreted through object-based models. As a cosmological framework, mirror reality avoids the need for hidden dimensions populated by separate beings. It suggests instead that reality contains reflective depths accessible through consciousness under specific conditions. The Fae emerge as boundary phenomena where awareness encounters its own structural inversion. In this view, the danger lies not in invasion from elsewhere, but in misrecognition. One does not travel to the mirror world. One accidentally turns reality inside out long enough to notice that something is looking back. 107. Simulation and recursive world models. Simulation and recursive world models offer a modern vocabulary for ideas that older traditions expressed through myth, mirror, and layered reality. In these models, reality is not a single continuous plane, but a system capable of generating nested states that reference themselves. What matters is not whether reality is artificial, but that it behaves recursively, producing worlds without requiring physical separation. In a recursive model, each layer is not a copy of the one above it, but a transformation governed by constraints. Rules shift slightly, causality bends, perspective changes. This produces environments that feel internally coherent yet subtly wrong when compared to baseline reality. Fae encounters align with this logic. They occur in states where recursion becomes perceptible, and awareness registers a version of reality operating under altered parameters. Simulation language helps explain why these encounters often feel staged or symbolic without being imaginary. A recursive layer does not need independent matter to function. It requires processing, coherence, and feedback. Consciousness supplies all three. When attention locks into a recursive loop, reality begins to present itself as though it were being rendered differently, emphasizing pattern, role, and response over substance. This model also accounts for the instructional tone embedded in many encounters. Recursive systems teach through repetition and consequence rather than explanation. Patterns repeat until recognized, errors escalate until behavior adjusts. This mirrors how Fae lore emphasizes learning through experience rather than doctrine, reinforcing the idea that interaction occurs within a rule-bound system rather than a social relationship. Simulation and recursive world models do not reduce Fae phenomena to illusion. They reposition them as emergent properties of a reality capable of self-reference. The danger lies not in being deceived by a fake world, but in becoming trapped in a loop without recognizing the exit conditions. In this framing, the old warnings regain clarity. The issue was never whether the world was real. It was whether one remembered which layer they were standing in, and how to step back before recursion closed behind them. 108. Plasma and light-based intelligence. Plasma and light-based intelligence models emerge naturally when encounters are examined without forcing them into biological or material categories. Many Fae-related manifestations are described as luminous, shifting, radiant, or partially non-solid. These qualities do not align with flesh-based life, but they do align with plasma behavior, where structure exists without solidity and form is maintained through energy dynamics rather than matter. Plasma behaves as an organized state capable of pattern, responsiveness, and self-sustaining structure. It is neither purely material nor immaterial. This makes it an ideal candidate for intelligence that appears as light, mist, fire, or shimmering presence. Such manifestations are often unstable, sensitive to environment, and highly responsive to electromagnetic conditions, which may explain their sensitivity to iron, sound, and disruption. Light-based encounters also explain why these intelligences feel aware without exhibiting human emotion or motive. Plasma does not think in narratives. It responds to gradients, flows, and fields. When interpreted through human perception, this responsiveness is misread as intention or personality. In reality, the intelligence may be structural rather than psychological, operating through resonance rather than desire. This model aligns with ancient imagery that emphasizes radiance, halos, stars, and glowing forms. These symbols were not metaphorical embellishments. They reflected how the encounters appeared under perception strain. Light was not decoration. It was the interface itself becoming visible. Plasma and light-based intelligence reframes the Fae as emergent phenomena rather than hidden creatures. They are not beings hiding in forests so much as expressions of organized energy appearing when conditions allow perception to register them. This explains their inconsistency, sensitivity, and refusal to stabilize. They are not meant to persist in solid form. They appear when fields align and disappear when coherence breaks. In this view, the Fae are not remnants of a forgotten species, but glimpses of intelligence operating in a state of matter modern thought rarely considers conscious, yet ancient observers may have encountered repeatedly without needing to name it as such. 109. Electromagnetic sensitivity. Electromagnetic sensitivity provides a unifying explanation for many of the environmental patterns associated with Fae encounters. Reports consistently cluster around locations where electromagnetic conditions fluctuate naturally, such as fault lines, water sources, mineral-rich ground, and areas with unusual atmospheric behavior. These conditions alter perception subtly, creating openings where awareness becomes more receptive to non-ordinary patterns. Many traditional warnings align with electromagnetic disruption rather than superstition. Iron grounds and stabilizes fields. Bells and sharp sounds introduce interference. Sudden movement or light breaks coherence. These actions disrupt electromagnetic continuity, which in turn collapses altered perceptual states. The consistency of these effects across cultures suggests that early observers learned through experience which conditions intensified or terminated encounters. Human nervous systems are sensitive to electromagnetic variation, particularly during fatigue, heightened emotion, or low sensory input. Under these conditions, perception becomes less filtered and more responsive to subtle changes. What appears as an external presence may arise when internal sensory processing synchronizes with environmental fluctuation, creating the experience of intelligence where fields overlap. Modern environments obscure this sensitivity. Artificial lighting, constant electrical noise, and urban infrastructure saturate perception, flattening the subtle gradients that once stood out clearly. This does not eliminate electromagnetic interaction, but it masks it beneath constant stimulation. As a result, encounters become rarer, fragmented, or dismissed as internal anomalies rather than recognized as field-based phenomena. Electromagnetic sensitivity reframes Fae encounters as moments where perception and environment briefly synchronize under unusual conditions. Intelligence appears not because something arrives, but because awareness becomes capable of registering organized pattern within energetic fields. The danger arises when exposure is prolonged or uncontrolled, overwhelming perceptual stability. This model restores coherence without mysticism, suggesting that ancient lore tracked real interactions between human awareness and energetic structures long before modern science had language to describe them. 110. Trauma, children, and sight. Across Fae-related accounts, children and those who have experienced trauma appear disproportionately represented among witnesses. This pattern has often been misread as evidence of imagination, vulnerability, or psychological instability. In reality, it points to altered perceptual filtering rather than fantasy. Both childhood and trauma temporarily reduce the cognitive barriers that normally regulate how reality is processed. Children perceive before they interpret. Their attention is less constrained by expectation, habit, and categorical certainty. They notice patterns adults ignore, not because they understand more, but because they filter less. This openness makes them more responsive to environmental shifts, liminal spaces, and subtle changes in atmosphere that precede encounter. What adults dismiss as background noise registers for children as signal. Trauma produces a similar effect through a different route. When the nervous system is forced into heightened vigilance, perceptual gating weakens. Attention becomes diffuse yet sharp, scanning for threat and anomaly. While this state is painful and exhausting, it also lowers the threshold at which non-ordinary patterns are noticed. The mind becomes sensitive to discontinuity, timing shifts, and presence without narrative. Historically, these states were not pathologized automatically. They were recognized as altered modes of sight. Communities protected children and traumatized individuals not because they were fragile, but because they were exposed. Modern frameworks collapse this distinction, labeling perception outside the norm as error rather than condition. The fifth and most important point is that sight in this context is not about seeing beings, but about detecting instability. Children and trauma survivors often register when coherence changes, when space feels wrong, when attention is being pulled somewhere it should not go. This sensitivity does not grant control or understanding. It increases risk as much as access. That is why older traditions emphasized protection, silence, and grounding around such individuals. The issue was never belief or imagination. It was exposure. Sight emerged where filters loosened, and the responsibility of the culture was to prevent that openness from becoming harm rather than insight. 111. Psychedelics as access catalysts. Psychedelics function as access catalysts by temporarily altering perceptual filtering rather than creating content. They do not introduce new realities so much as expose layers of experience normally screened out by cognitive stability mechanisms. This effect parallels many conditions historically associated with Fae encounters, including fatigue, trauma, ritual focus, and sensory deprivation. Under these substances, attention becomes fluid, pattern recognition intensifies, and boundaries between internal and external perception soften. This does not automatically produce insight or encounter. It increases sensitivity. The same environments, symbols, and thresholds that mattered historically become amplified, while irrelevant stimuli recede. What emerges depends heavily on context, expectation, and timing rather than the substance itself. Accounts of psychedelic experience frequently mirror older encounter structures. Time distortion, perceived intelligence, recursive imagery, luminous forms, and a sense of presence recur regardless of cultural framing. These parallels suggest that psychedelics do not generate unique phenomena, but lower the threshold at which existing perceptual dynamics become noticeable. The experience feels revelatory because the filter has shifted, not because a new domain has been created. Traditional cultures recognized this catalytic role without romanticizing it. Access was tightly regulated, situational, and often reserved for those trained to enter and exit altered states safely. The substances were never treated as shortcuts to knowledge, but as destabilizing tools requiring containment. Without that containment, exposure increased risk of confusion, fixation, or loss of orientation. The crucial point is that psychedelics amplify access without supplying structure. They open doors but do not explain what lies beyond them. In a framework where reality is layered and conditional, this can be dangerous. The old lore warned against uncontrolled access for a reason. Psychedelics as access catalysts highlight the same principle echoed throughout Fae tradition. Perception can be widened, but stability must be preserved. Without grounding, entry becomes exposure rather than insight, repeating the ancient lesson that access alone is never the goal. 112. Why encounters are rare. Encounters are rare not because the phenomena have vanished, but because the conditions required for stable perception rarely align. Fae-related experiences depend on a convergence of environmental quiet, attentional openness, temporal liminality, and internal coherence. Modern life systematically disrupts each of these variables. When even one fails to align, the interface collapses before an encounter can stabilize. Another reason rarity persists is that most encounters are self-terminating. Awareness detects instability and withdraws instinctively. The nervous system is designed to reassert normalcy when coherence wavers. This protective reflex prevents prolonged exposure but also erases memory quickly. Many encounters likely begin and end without conscious registration, dismissed as momentary unease or distraction. Cultural conditioning further suppresses recognition. People are trained to reinterpret anomalies immediately as error, imagination, or stress. This reflex collapses experience before it can organize into meaning. What older cultures allowed to unfold cautiously is now cut short by internalized skepticism, not as critical thinking, but as perceptual shutdown. Rarity is also a function of restraint on the other side of the interface. If these intelligences are structural or field-based rather than social actors, they do not seek contact. Interaction occurs incidentally when conditions overlap. There is no incentive to increase visibility, and no mechanism for sustained engagement without destabilization. The system favors minimal overlap. The final and most important factor is that rarity preserves survivability. Frequent encounters would normalize exposure and increase risk. The system appears designed to limit access, allowing brief glimpses rather than continuous presence. What remains rare is not contact itself, but remembered contact. Encounters occur more often than reported, but only rarely do they persist long enough, align gently enough, and leave memory intact enough to be recognized as something distinct rather than dismissed as noise at the edge of perception. 113. Why some still occur. Some encounters still occur because the conditions that enable them have not been eliminated entirely, only obscured. Despite industrialization, saturation, and cultural suppression, moments of quiet alignment still arise. Remote landscapes, transitional life states, ecological disruption, exhaustion, grief, solitude, and sudden silence can briefly recreate the same perceptual windows that once existed more regularly. Certain individuals also retain sensitivity due to temperament, life experience, or neurological patterning. This is not a gift or calling, but a difference in filtering. When attention remains flexible rather than rigid, perception registers anomalies that others suppress automatically. These individuals do not seek encounters. They notice them when alignment happens accidentally. Environmental fractures play a role as well. Natural disasters, storms, geomagnetic shifts, and ecological stress temporarily destabilize baseline reality. These disruptions create openings where layered perception becomes more accessible. Encounters cluster around these moments not because something arrives, but because coherence shifts enough to allow overlap to register. Another reason encounters persist is that suppression was never total. Lore survived subconsciously, embedded in instinct, dream, and creative imagination. When experience surfaces, there is still enough symbolic residue for the mind to recognize that something occurred. Even without belief, recognition prevents immediate dismissal, allowing memory to form. The fifth and most important reason encounters still occur is that reality itself has not changed its structure. Humans changed how they relate to it. The interface remains conditional, not closed. When conditions align, interaction happens as it always has. Rarity does not imply disappearance. It reflects constraint. What still occurs does so quietly, briefly, and often without witnesses, reminding us that the boundary remains permeable not by invitation, but by circumstance. 114. Why proof is the wrong question. Proof is the wrong question because it assumes the phenomenon operates within a framework where isolation, repetition, and external measurement are possible. Fae-related encounters do not behave that way. They are conditional, situational, and observer-dependent. Asking for proof applies a standard designed for stable objects to experiences that only occur when stability loosens. The mismatch guarantees failure. Proof also assumes permanence. It seeks something that remains the same regardless of context. These encounters do the opposite. They dissolve when examined too closely, fragment under attention, and vanish when conditions change. The demand for proof actively destroys the phenomenon it seeks to verify, making absence appear definitive when it is actually induced. Another problem with proof is that it externalizes responsibility. It shifts attention away from perception and toward validation. Instead of asking what conditions allowed an experience to occur, the focus becomes whether the experience can be demonstrated to others. This discourages careful observation and encourages either exaggeration or denial, neither of which preserves understanding. Historically, cultures did not ask for proof. They asked whether an experience repeated, whether it carried consequence, and whether behavior needed adjustment. Pattern mattered more than evidence. When the pattern persisted, it was treated as real enough to warrant caution. This approach prioritized survival over certainty. Why proof is the wrong question ultimately comes down to category error. The Fae were never objects to be proven. They were interfaces to be navigated. The meaningful questions are not, did this really happen? But, what conditions allowed it, what response followed, and what boundaries were revealed? When inquiry shifts from proof to pattern, coherence returns. The phenomenon does not become easier to explain, but it becomes intelligible enough to be approached without forcing it into a framework that guarantees misunderstanding. Part 9. The Scribe's Role in the Open Door. 115. Knowledge without dogma. Knowledge without dogma is knowledge that remains functional without demanding belief. It does not insist on interpretation, allegiance, or certainty. Instead, it preserves pattern, boundary, and response. This was the operating mode of older Fae-related understanding. It allowed people to navigate experience without being trapped by explanation or ideology. Dogma freezes knowledge into fixed claims. Once frozen, it must be defended, enforced, and repeated regardless of changing conditions. This rigidity is incompatible with phenomena that are conditional and adaptive. When applied to liminal experience, dogma creates danger by encouraging persistence where withdrawal would be safer and certainty where flexibility is required. Knowledge without dogma operates differently. It asks what happens when certain actions are taken, not what those actions mean. It values observation over conclusion and restraint over interpretation. If a boundary produces harm when crossed, the lesson is preserved without theorizing why. The knowledge remains usable even when explanation fails. This approach also decentralizes authority. No institution owns the interpretation. No text claims final truth. Knowledge is distributed across experience, place, and behavior. This makes it resilient. When one framework collapses, the knowledge does not vanish. It simply reappears in another form, still intact because it was never bound to doctrine. The fifth and most important aspect of knowledge without dogma is humility. It accepts that some aspects of reality cannot be mastered, only approached carefully. It does not seek proof, control, or universal agreement. It seeks continuity. In the context of the Fae, this mode of knowing allowed humans to coexist with uncertainty without turning it into fear, belief, or denial. What survives is not an answer, but a way of standing at the edge of the unknown without needing to conquer it or explain it away. 116. The Scribe versus the Priest. The distinction between the scribe and the priest represents two fundamentally different responses to knowledge that exceeds explanation. The scribe's role is observational and preservational. The priest's role is interpretive and regulatory. Both arise naturally in human cultures, but they operate on opposing assumptions about uncertainty and control. The scribe records without asserting authority. What is seen, repeated, avoided, or survived is documented as faithfully as possible, even when it contradicts prevailing frameworks. The scribe does not resolve ambiguity or impose coherence. They preserve tension, contradiction, and incompleteness because these reflect the lived structure of the experience itself. Accuracy, for the scribe, means not smoothing what was rough. The priest, by contrast, exists to stabilize meaning. Their task is to integrate experience into a moral, cosmological, or social order that can be taught and enforced. Ambiguity threatens that order. What cannot be classified must be explained, reframed, or condemned. This impulse is not inherently corrupt. It provides psychological and cultural stability, but it does so by sacrificing nuance and situational awareness. In Fae lore, this divergence is visible everywhere. The scribe preserved warnings without explanation, symbols without gloss, and repetitions without justification. The priest transformed these into commandments, moral stories, and hierarchies of good and evil. What had once functioned as navigational knowledge became belief. The encounter survived, but its mechanics were buried beneath interpretation. The most important difference lies in how each relates to uncertainty. The scribe accepts not knowing as part of the record and trusts future readers to encounter the pattern anew. The priest seeks to close uncertainty by providing answers, even when those answers misrepresent the phenomenon. For realities governed by conditional access rather than fixed law, this distinction determines survival. The scribe preserves function by refusing certainty. The priest preserves authority by demanding it. Old lore endured because scribes learned to hide within priestly systems, allowing doctrine to dominate the surface while quietly carrying forward the deeper pattern for those capable of reading without needing it resolved. 117. Unlocking doors, not forcing belief. The function of old knowledge was never to compel belief, but to unlock doors of perception when conditions allowed. Belief is static. It fixes interpretation in advance. Doorways, by contrast, are conditional. They open only when alignment, timing, and restraint converge. The distinction matters because forcing belief closes the very access it claims to grant. Forcing belief demands assent without experience. It pressures individuals to accept explanations before encountering pattern. This reverses the original order of knowing. In Fae-related traditions, experience preceded interpretation, and interpretation remained provisional. One did not believe in the door. One noticed when it opened and adjusted behavior accordingly. The door existed whether or not anyone believed in it. Unlocking doors requires preparation rather than conviction. Attention must be quiet enough to register change. Expectation must be loose enough not to overwrite perception. Exit must be possible before entry occurs. These requirements are incompatible with belief systems that reward certainty, identity, or allegiance. The door opens for those who can remain flexible, not for those who insist on answers. This is why older lore relied on warnings, symbols, and silence instead of doctrines. The goal was not to convince, but to prepare. Those who were ready would recognize the opening without needing to be told what it meant. Those who were not would remain unaffected, protected by their disbelief rather than harmed by premature access. The final and most important point is that belief was never the gatekeeper. Readiness was. Old knowledge survived by teaching how to notice without insisting on interpretation, how to approach without demanding confirmation, and how to withdraw without shame. Unlocking doors does not require faith. It requires humility, timing, and the willingness to let experience remain unresolved. The lore endures not to be believed, but to be encountered carefully, offering access only to those who understand that forcing certainty breaks the hinge and leaves the door forever closed. 118. Pattern recognition as awakening. Pattern recognition is often mistaken for belief or revelation, but in the context of old lore it functioned as awakening without ideology. Awakening did not mean discovering a hidden truth. It meant noticing repetition where randomness was assumed, and consequence where coincidence was expected. The shift was perceptual, not doctrinal. This form of awakening begins quietly. An individual notices that certain places feel different, that specific actions reliably produce unease or distortion, or that timing alters outcome in ways that defy linear explanation. No single event is convincing on its own. Recognition emerges through accumulation. The mind stops asking whether something is real and starts noticing that it behaves consistently. Pattern recognition differs from belief because it does not require commitment. One does not declare allegiance to a worldview. One simply adjusts behavior. Avoidance replaces curiosity. Timing replaces insistence. Silence replaces explanation. The awakening expresses itself through restraint rather than proclamation. This is why it rarely announces itself outwardly and why it often goes unnoticed by others. Older cultures treated this recognition as maturity rather than enlightenment. It marked the transition from naive engagement to situational awareness. Those who recognized patterns were not elevated as authorities. They were expected to act responsibly, protecting others by reinforcing boundaries rather than spreading interpretation. Awakening increased obligation, not status. The deepest aspect of pattern recognition as awakening is that it restores relationship without certainty. The world becomes legible again, not because it is explained, but because it is observed carefully. One no longer demands meaning from experience. Meaning emerges through repetition, consequence, and response. This awakening does not separate the knower from others or from the world. It reintegrates perception into a living system where awareness is guided by what persists rather than what convinces. In this sense, awakening is not a dramatic event or belief shift. It is the moment when the mind stops forcing conclusions and begins recognizing that reality has been speaking in patterns all along. 119. The next right direction. The next right direction is not a destination, doctrine, or conclusion. It is a posture. It emerges when certainty loosens and attention sharpens, allowing perception to respond to what is present rather than what is expected. In the context of Fae lore and layered reality, direction was never about progress toward mastery. It was about moving without causing collapse. Older frameworks did not ask where one was going in an abstract sense. They asked whether the current step preserved balance. Advancement was measured by continuity, not accumulation. If awareness increased but stability failed, the direction was wrong regardless of insight gained. The next right direction was always the one that allowed return. This orientation rejects urgency. Forcing experience, accelerating access, or demanding answers creates distortion. The system responds not to ambition, but to alignment. When curiosity outpaces restraint, the boundary tightens. When attention softens and listens, openings appear naturally. The next right direction often feels anticlimactic because it prioritizes preservation over revelation. Importantly, direction is contextual. What is right in one phase becomes dangerous in another. Timing matters more than intent. This is why older knowledge emphasized waiting, watching, and withdrawing without shame. Stepping back was not failure. It was intelligence. Knowing when not to proceed preserved both the individual and the pattern. The longest lesson embedded here is that direction is not chosen by will alone. It is negotiated with conditions. The next right direction reveals itself through friction or ease, coherence or distortion, memory intact or fragmented. When the step taken allows awareness to deepen without destabilizing the ground beneath it, the direction is correct. When the step produces urgency, fixation, or disorientation, it is not. This framing removes drama from awakening and replaces it with responsibility. The path forward is not marked by belief, proof, or identity, but by whether the movement preserves continuity. The next right direction is simply the one that keeps the door usable, the archive intact, and the observer capable of walking away whole. 120. The Fae today. The Fae today do not occupy a hidden realm waiting to be rediscovered, nor have they vanished into myth entirely. What has changed is the mode of encounter. Where older cultures experienced the Fae through land, season, and shared interpretive literacy, modern encounters occur sporadically, privately, and without stable cultural framing. The phenomenon persists, but its visibility has narrowed. Contemporary experiences rarely resemble classical lore in surface form. Instead of courts, processions, or named beings, people report presence without shape, intelligence without narrative, and interaction without dialogue. These encounters are brief, often unsettling, and difficult to articulate. They are more likely to be dismissed as internal anomaly than recognized as interface, not because they are weaker, but because the structures that once held them intelligible are gone. Technology plays a dual role. It suppresses encounter by saturating attention and destabilizing natural rhythms, yet it also provides new metaphors that make certain experiences legible again. Simulation, recursion, and field-based models allow modern minds to approach old patterns without requiring belief. This does not increase frequency, but it improves recognition when alignment accidentally occurs. The Fae today are encountered less as beings and more as conditions. A sudden distortion of time, a sense of being watched without fear, an intuitive withdrawal from a place without reason. These moments lack narrative payoff, which makes them easy to forget, but they carry the same functional warning embedded in older lore. Do not linger. Do not pursue. Notice and step back intact. What ultimately defines the Fae today is not their disappearance, but their refusal to adapt to domination-based understanding. They persist only where humility, restraint, and attentiveness still operate. The modern world rarely rewards these traits, which is why encounters feel rare and fragmentary. Yet the pattern remains intact beneath the noise. The Fae today are not relics or fantasies. They are reminders that reality still contains layers that cannot be accessed by force, belief, or certainty. They appear only where the old conditions briefly return, asking nothing of the observer except recognition, restraint, and the wisdom to leave without demanding more.